like many places in Greece today. At Aulis, the shadows of the past can still be seen near everywhere you look. Just across the gulf from Euobeoa, not far from the modern city of Halkis, industry and factories rise. The signs of a modern Greece. But underneath all that, a much older history remains to be seen. On a roadside leading towards the dockyards straddling this waterway, a temple from the classical age was excavated during the last century. Crumbling walls hinting at the rituals that took place here so many hundreds of years in the past. And still, there is an even older history too, of the first Greece. Ancient even then. High above the classical era sanctuary, where far older walls still tumble on the rocky hillsides. One of the most momentous events in the corpus of tales of classical era Greece was said to have taken place. Of warriors, kings, mighty adventurers, and the world that came before. Of Homeric myth and the Trojan War. For Aulis is a place that looms large in the Homeric tales. The nearby city of Halkis getting a mention in the Iliad, and, fascinatingly, in genuine Bronze Age archaeology too. The chambered tombs at Rumusa and Trippa being excavated very close by in 1910, as well as the noted existence of ancient citadel walls lining hillsides. Whether those tombs could be the forlorn resting places of Homeric heroes, we simply can't say. Just as we can't say for certain whether a real Trojan War ever took place. Around the years 1300 to 1200 BC, however, something did happen. We know this from the cataclysmic impacts seen in archaeology, reverberating throughout the Aegean and beyond. With very few kingdoms and cities being able to avoid the impact of its consequences. Within just a few decades of 1200 BC, both sides of the eastern Mediterranean and the islands within were in disarray. Cities burned down, literacy lost. Once mighty civilizations faded into the oblivion of a dark age. In coastal Asia Minor, the best candidate for the legendary city of Troy, known as Hyssalic today, was razed to the ground. Its inhabitants, perhaps slain or sold into slavery, leaving few alive to tell the story of what had happened to them. And yet, the tale did survive, told and retold by the descendants of the aggressors as the greatest of all during the ensuing classical age. The Greek victory in the Trojan War continuing to be passed down orally from one generation to the next. The warriors who had fought at Troy and elsewhere during those tumultuous days, becoming the heroes of the Hellenic tradition. By around 800 BCE, the Hellenic world finally emerged from the murk of the Dark Ages, slowly entering a period of growth and prosperity once again. Fragmented communities evolved into independent city-states that went on to found their own colonies across the Mediterranean. Intercontinental trade was re-established. Even literacy became known to the Greeks once more, this time in the form of the Hellenic alphabet, derived from the Phoenician writing system, thanks to the contacts the Hellenes had established with the trading centres of the East. And with the appearance of this alphabet, the oral tales of the Trojan War and many other stories and accounts of the ancient tradition were finally written down. Heroes of Greek mythology like Achilles, Perseus, Heracles, and so many others were finally recorded and standardized, available widely for the general population to read and hear about. Though continuing to be added to by particularly ambitious playwrights and storytellers in the centuries to come, the heroic age as it came to be known, a very different time than that of the geometric, archaic, or classical era Greece, represented the old times of the dim past. A warlike world carved by the sword, spear, and shield, where the strong were celebrated and the weak shown no mercy, when gods themselves walked the earth, disguised in their many forms, directly meddling in the destinies of the ancestors. As far as the Greeks were concerned, one of the greatest of all those Bronze Age predecessors was the mighty king Agamemnon, leader of the combined host that set out for Troy. Fascinatingly, as revealed by archaeology over the last century and more, very real conquests by rulers such as Agamemnon seem to have been the very essence of the warrior society at the heart of the Mycenaean world. The culture itself of late Bronze Age Greece being named for his city, the foremost of all. Mycenaean kings were widely feared and respected in those days. Not only across the Aegean, but throughout the known world, their power and influence even reaching the great Bronze Age empires of the Near East. With the Hittites of Anatolia at one point including their Mycenaean counterparts among the exclusive club of great world powers, together with the likes of Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria. In fascinating events, recorded entirely independently of the Greek sources, and generations before Agamemnon, Mycenaean rulers were addressed as brothers, peers, and equals by Hittite emperors. Not only at times of peace and cooperation, but during hostilities and war. And when it came to warfare, their craft was unquestioned. Shiploads of ambitious Greeks often acting as highly sought-after mercenaries in the armies of pharaohs and perhaps neighbouring kings alike. Mycenaean civilization, though, is known for far more than simply its wide-ranging seafarers and its military tradition. Its art, once considered crude and barbaric by Victorian-era archaeologists, is now known to have been valued throughout the late Bronze Age world, its pottery in particular being a favoured commodity. Regularly replicated in both nearby and distant lands. Mycenaean architecture was both impressive and sophisticated, spanning from the extensive road networks that connected the Greek mainland to the mightily fortified citadels that served as homes to the wealthy palace centres, and the elaborately constructed tombs continuing to serve them in the afterlife. According to Homer, they were known by many names. He variously calls them Achaeans, Danaans, and Argives. To the other Bronze Age powers, they had yet more names. Eqesh, Ahiawans, and as we shall see, perhaps even sea peoples among them. Still visible today in the Cyclopean masonry and immense corbelled tholos tombs they left behind. These were the real people behind the mists of Greek mythology. Masters of sea and land, who in the ancient legends fought monsters and feasted with the gods. As writing became well established in the centuries following the end of the Dark Age, not just Agamemnon, but members of his family became well-established literary figures. His wife and his daughter in particular becoming just as well known as the great king himself. And whether these traditions, recorded largely in the plays of Aeschylus and Euripides, represent genuine oral survivals from ancient days, or later embellishments by particularly creative individuals, they do nonetheless exist independently from one another, allowing us to turn the clock back to those mythic days at the very dawn of Europe, to the great tragic events thought to have taken place here at Aulis. Events that so aptly represent the violent and tragic undercurrent of the Mycenaean world and the stories of ancient Greece. According to the playwrights, following the elopement of the Trojan prince Paris and his new lover Helen, wife to Agamemnon's brother Menelaus, Aulis was the place where the combined Greek army and naval fleet amassed, to head to Troy. 1,000 ships in the bay below, come from all corners of the Greek world. But there was a problem. With completely non-existent wind, all the force could do was wait. But Agamemnon, as High King, could do more. way up high, overlooking the assembled ships below. The great king consulted the seer Calchas to ask how to proceed. The news he was given was horrifying. The goddess Artemis was angry. In one version of the tale, specifically because of Agamemnon's careless hunting and killing of one of her sacred stags. And the only way she will allow the force to embark and reach Troy is if Agamemnon offers up his eldest daughter as a human sacrifice. Increasingly restless and brawling soldiers amassed around him, threatening to rebel if their bloodlust is not sated. Agamemnon must make a harrowing decision. In Euripides' play, Iphigenia at Aulis, it is the king's brother Menelaus who forces Agamemnon's hand, arguing it is the king's duty to do all he can to help the Greeks, concocting with him a plan to trick Iphigenia into coming to Aulis in order to supposedly marry the hero Achilles, who, upon hearing of his involvement in the plot, vows to prevent the murder of Iphigenia. When the army hears of the seer's advice, however, perhaps spread by Menelaus, there is nothing to be done. If Agamemnon refuses the will of the divine, his men will turn on him, killing him and his family anyway. Accepting her fate, Iphigenia goes willingly to her death, sacrificed by her father's own hand. In some versions of the tale, the princess is saved at the last minute, going on to have other adventures in distant lands. But the very earliest versions are all thought to include the full-blood sacrifice. A reminder of once relatively common primordial pacts with the divine in difficult days, and the power of royal blood. Just to add to the tragedy, not only will most of the Trojans be killed or enslaved once the Greek army arrives, but upon returning home, Agamemnon will be killed in turn by his vengeful wife, Clytemnestra, who in turn will die at the hand of their child, Orestes. The Greek decline was not caused by Trojan hands, and although severe, its collapse was not enough to completely eradicate its civilization. Fragments of the once great Bronze Age culture survived, as did the memories of the legendary conflict of the Trojan War, among others. Today, with the power of 200 years of scholarship, we can turn the clock back some 3,300 years into the past, to embark on an epic journey across the entirety of that world, uncovering the wildly fascinating real-life history the Greeks themselves could never separate from myth. From their earliest beginnings at the turn of the 2nd millennium BC, to their rise and fall in the late Bronze Age. eventually coming to be idolised and immortalised by their classical successors, using their leavings as a backbone to reach even greater heights. In our search for the first known Greek-speaking civilization of the world, we will travel across distant lands. Not just to Agamemnon's realm in the Argolid, but to all the great centres and powers of those distant days. It is a journey that took me many years to make, and now I'm delighted to share it with you. My name's Pete Kelly, and you're watching History Time. Let's go. Hello folks, Pete Kelly here. I am excited about this video. Greek archaeology is just incredible. This is truly one of the most fascinating eras in the world, and it was an absolute pleasure diving headfirst down the rabbit hole on this one. If you want more from the Bronze Age Aegean once you finish this video, then make sure to check out Wanax TV, YouTube's #1 channel dedicated to the Mycenaean world. He helped me out with researching and writing the first version of this project, which since ballooned into about 3 times its original length, and he runs a really great channel that I genuinely regularly watch. Now, back to the ancient world. By the time the travel writer Pausanias made his way across Greece in the 2nd century AD, at the very height of the Roman Empire and the peace and prosperity that came with it, the world of the Bronze Age was long in the past. The great tombs and citadels of those ancestors of well over 1,000 years before, lying largely forgotten, overgrown, or lost. A handful, though, lived on in memory even then. The very mightiest and greatest of all, still revered by the people of the surrounding region, just as it is today. We know it as Mycenae. Its mythic association with Agamemnon of the Trojan War and his mighty predecessors never having been lost. Such was the prestige and power of its longevity that when archaeologists first arrived to excavate the place in the 19th century, they gave its name to the entire archaeological culture, spanning the Greek mainland and beyond in those distant days. For among the network of palatial centres that once controlled Mycenaean civilization, gradually being rediscovered and investigated during that gilded age of discovery, Mycenae was undoubtedly the largest, the most powerful, and the one which looms greatest in the mythic and historical traditions. The seat of very real, archaeologically visible high kings, who at one point very likely acted as hegemons of both land and sea, directly ruling the undisputed centre of the Greek world in the Argolid region of the northwestern Peloponnese. Perhaps also with a wider realm spanning anywhere from the home of the gods at Mount Olympus in Thessaly to the Aegean Islands, Crete, and even coastal Asia Minor beyond. Standing on a mighty hilltop, some 10 miles from the Gulf of Argos to the south, and 15 miles to the Saronic Gulf to the east, with line of sight stretching off in all directions. Mycenae holds an immensely favourable strategic position. In constant view of the vast, holy mountain looming over it. Thought to have held religious significance. The famed Lion Gate, in turn, looked down on all visitors to the citadel. Those 2 lions or lionesses, a source of pride for the locals, served to intimidate and impress foreign diplomats, as well as to see off the great Achaean kings as they departed with their armies to new battles and conquest. Though we know today that the very first settlers at Mycenae made their homes on the hilltop in the Neolithic, as early as 6000 BC, the developments that led to the impressive Bronze Age ruins we see today are thought to have begun in the 3rd millennium BC. During the era we know now as the Early Helladic, when metallurgy and complex farming techniques first made their way into the Aegean. As far as the Greeks themselves were concerned, the earliest legend of the foundation, or at least etymology, of Mycenae is recorded only vaguely in the epic poetic tradition. In works attributed to Homer and the similarly lauded contemporary poet Hesiod. Works attributed to both poets link the name of the city to a nymph called Mycenae, a daughter of Inachus, the legendary first king of Argos. Works attributed to both poets linking the name of the city. By the time Pausanias came through in the 2nd century AD, he made note of both epics, along with another mythological account, according to which it was the hero Perseus who founded the city. Either way, from its commanding position 900 feet above sea level, from where it controlled the strategic routes passing through the Isthmus of Corinth, as well as overlooking the core area of Achaean settlement on the plains of Argos. By as early as 1800 BC, though its origins remain shrouded in myth, Mycenae already seems to have emerged as the foremost settlement in the Argolid. Perhaps ruled over by an incoming warrior elite, with their roots on the distant steppes to the north of the Black Sea. By the time the first cist graves were laid down and protected by an outer circuit wall, the original fortification of the Acropolis, much of the population probably retained kinship with the Neolithic farmers who'd lived on the land for thousands of years. Though great changes in culture would continue to be ushered in, the communal ritual spaces that had predominated in the 3rd millennium no longer being favoured, whereas elaborate graves for single individuals now took precedence. A megaron and a royal palace were built on an elevated area overlooking the rest of the Acropolis, which was further separated from and surrounded by the lower settlement area outside. By the 17th century BC, The now famous Grave Circle, originally located outside the fortified Acropolis, was built and filled by illustrious individuals of the royal house. When excavated in the 19th century, the shaft graves here revealed ornate goods, weapons, and never-before-seen funerary items from the heroic past. Most famous of all being the golden funerary masks which accompanied the early Mycenaean kings into the afterlife. Perhaps having antecedents in the funerary traditions of various steppe cultures of the Middle Bronze Age. Though incredible in itself, Grave Circle B was outshone by Grave Circle A of the 16th century BC in almost every way, being even more lavish in terms of its size and its contents. It was here that the so-called Mask of Agamemnon was so famously uncovered by German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann. Incorrectly labelling it after the legendary Mycenaean king, who, if real, would have lived some 300 years later. Of the real chariot-riding elite interred in the early graves, besides their immensely wealthy grave goods and architecture, we know nothing. Only the briefest of foundational myths survive. Initially located just outside the imposing fortress walls, Grave Circle A was ultimately absorbed into the growing defences of the citadel when it was expanded, almost simultaneously being superseded by a new, even larger type of burial construction. For this was the age of the Mycenaean chamber tombs, cut directly down into the bedrock, forming a tripartite structure known as a passageway or dromos. A stomion or threshold, and the chamber itself, known as a thalamos, where the Mycenaean nobles were laid to rest. All aspects of the tombs were expertly built and highly decorated, filled with grave goods, jewellery, and weapons of precious metals, gemstones, and gold. The most impressive and imposing of all Mycenaean funerary architecture, however, were the tholos tombs. Relatively similar in style to the chamber tombs, the tholoi took things to the next level, being much larger and less numerous, suggesting their reservation only for the very highest of the royals in Bronze Age Greek society. While in some cases in a similar method to the chamber tombs, the passageway was cut from the bedrock itself, the stomion and thalamos were always built with fine masonry, consisting of layers of precious stones. They contained some of the most luxurious items that could be found anywhere in the Bronze Age Greek world. The late 16th and early 15th century tholos, known as the Tomb of Aegisthus, fully expresses the overwhelmingly evident early power of Mycenae. Located in the burial area just outside the Acropolis, at the time of its construction, it was very likely the largest tomb in all the Aegean. By the time the citadel was further enlarged in the 14th century BC, its earlier walls were reconstructed in a new style of masonry, perhaps inspired by similar techniques seen in the Hittite Empire of Anatolia, and beyond in Egypt and Mesopotamia. So impressive were the vast limestone boulders of hewn rock used in this new style, along with smaller stone chunks to fill in the gaps, that in later generations it would become known as Cyclopean, the term stemming from the belief that the boulders were so large they could not have been moved by the hands of mortal men, only by mythical Cyclopean colossi. Needless to say, like so much else, the technique to create such works had been lost in the centuries following the Bronze Age collapse. For those who came after, only adding to the allure of the heroic age. A new royal palace on the citadel was also constructed at this time, displaying the very peak of Mycenaean power, as well as a tholos tomb even larger than the tomb of Aegisthus. The dromos of the so-called Treasury of Atreus was an astonishing 36 metres long, with a circular chamber or thalamos 14.5 metres in diameter and 13.2 tall. It was the largest tomb ever constructed in Bronze Age Greece, and one of the largest in the entire world. The corbelled dome stood as the largest in the world all the way until the Roman period, and still remains one of the largest to this day. The interior of the tomb was elaborately decorated with row upon row of marble columns and sculptures. An interior thought to have been inspired not just by Greece, but Minoan Crete and Pharaonic Egypt beyond. Given the similar architectural features of the citadel at the same time, it's thought that the tomb was constructed for the king of Mycenae during the golden age of the palace. Hence its mythic association with Agamemnon's ancestor, Atreus. During this very height of power in the Argolid, archaeologists today have estimated the population for the now substantial undertown of Mycenae to have been as high as 30,000. And of course, Mycenae was not alone. Just in the immediate landscape of the plains of Argos, a number of satellite centres are to be found. Most famous of all being the great port citadel of Tiryns. But many other power centres existed here too, evidenced by vast Cyclopean bulwarks and forgotten hills. Just a couple of hours' walk from Mycenae, on an adjacent jagged hilltop, is one of them. In the centuries that followed the Bronze Age, great religious processions made their way across the plains and up here to worship and make offerings to the goddess Hera, Their destination was the Argive Heraion, still an immensely impressive visage today. Coated in gnarled trees, clusters of masonry, and colossal architecture of the ancients. For just like many places in classical Greece, it seems, the roots of those archaic celebrations may have stretched all the way back to the Age of Heroes. On the highest point of the hilltop, though much obscured by the later constructions, vast ancient masonry blocks are to be found. Cyclopean heaps, usually associated with Bronze Age occupation. There is another site, however, that remained unsubsumed by the ruins of a later age. To visit the Bourbati Valley today, though only a few kilometres from Mycenae as the crow flies, it seems an entirely forgotten land, left behind by the modern world. Encircled by towering mountains as it is, there were only a handful of ways in ancient times, just as there are today. The valley opening to the east, where an army could be marched, and secret, more treacherous footways across the mountains to Mycenae, suggesting its probable use as a private fiefdom of the rulers of the great citadel. Besides the magical feel to the place, the valley is full of archaeology. From Hellenistic towers and Roman bathhouses to the refuse of Paleolithic hunters of more than 10,000 years in the past. Over the last 100 years or so, the valley has been meticulously scoured by Swedish archaeologists. And yet, so many secrets remain. Most important for us today, however, are the Mycenaean tombs and adjacent citadel on Mastos Hill. Visible everywhere in the valley, dominating everything when you know it's there. Coated in trees today, a refuge for shepherds. Excavations have proved that this was the site of an important fortified stronghold for a Bronze Age polity. Almost certainly usurped or absorbed into the polity of Mycenae by around the 14th century BC. Though the details and the nature of this expansion remain obscure, other sites may reveal more secrets. Across the mountains to the north, heading out of the Argos toward the Gulf of Corinth, yet more forlorn citadels are to be found. On the modern highway toward these borderlands of bygone days, a Mycenaean quarry site can still be seen. Dating to some 3,500 years ago, the vast blocks hewn out of the hillside here to build their great architecture are still visible on the roadside. Taking an exit toward the town of Vasilius, meaning king, a low mound coated in modern agriculture can be seen. Believe it or not, this was once the stronghold of Zigouris. Much dilapidated since its important excavations over 100 years ago by Carl Blegen and the like. Considered now by many researchers to have been the northernmost outpost and bastion of the core kingdom of Mycenae. Like Bubati, Zigouris had likely been an independent state, subsumed into the growing kingdom in its heyday toward the end of the Bronze Age. Almost certainly the foremost polity in all of Greece. By the 13th century BC, Mycenae was even more heavily fortified, the walls being extended around the Acropolis for the second time, now placing the ancestral royals of Grave Circle A inside the fortifications. It was also during this time that the main entrance to the citadel was made even more grandiose, with its most famous and well-known feature being added: the Lion Gate. Perhaps inspired by similar constructions seen at the Hittite capital of Hattusha and elsewhere in the ancient Near East. This monumental construction stood above the double-gated entranceway, showing a representation of a column on top of an altar-like platform, flanked with two lions or lionesses. Eventually, both in the ancient period and today, the Lion Gate came to represent the most famous feature of all at Mycenae. The final extension of the citadel came in around 1200 BC, during the hypothetical age of the Trojan War. Unlike the mighty symbols of power of the previous constructions, however, the end of the 13th and beginning of the 12th century BC saw more purely defensive features added. The wall was extended one more time on the northeastern side, containing a sally port. Under the wall was a secret passage leading through a corbelled construction downward to a cistern carved out of rock around 15 metres below the surface. It was connected by a tunnel with a spring on more distant higher ground, which would have been useful in a siege, a sign of the troubled times that were on the way. For this period, just before the fall, saw Mycenae become the most heavily fortified palatial centre in all the Aegean. Very much now on the defensive. Though, as we shall see, it was far from the only heavily fortified site of the war-ready Mycenaean Greeks. Not far from Mycenae, in clear view from the higher ground of the palatial capital, stood Tiryns of the mighty walls. The second most imposing of all Mycenaean fortifications in the Argolid. Located much closer to the sea than the capital, on a large, naturally imposing rock, where it probably served as a sort of naval command centre. The same as most Bronze Age centres in Greece, Tiryns had been inhabited since the Neolithic. But Tiryns was different. By the second half of the 3rd millennium BC, one of the most important of all early Bronze Age Greek cultures would emerge here. Spreading all across central and southern Greece too. On a jagged hilltop around 300 metres long, large, impressive buildings were constructed, including one colossal circular structure in particular, known as the Rundbau, that still baffles scholars today. Variously hypothesized to be some sort of a granary or meeting hall. The whole settlement was fortified too, making it much more imposing than any other known site during that time. Whether these inhabitants were related to the Mycenaeans themselves, or perhaps to some of the pre-Greek peoples mentioned in mythology, remains difficult to determine. Whatever the case, however, the Tiryns culture, seen in widespread pottery and material goods, lasted until the very end of the 3rd millennium BC, when it was succeeded, or perhaps replaced, by the less impressive cultures of the Middle Helladic, just as the Tiryns culture had superseded the equally impressive early Helladic sites at nearby settlements like Lerna. From that point on, Tiryns, along with the other parts of the Argolid and beyond, assumed the same martial, chariot-riding character as neighbouring Mycenae. The culture that would eventually become known as Mycenaean. By around 1600 BC, though the original nature of its habitation is lost, perhaps originally being a rival, Tiryns had grown into the second largest Mycenaean settlement in the Argolid. Its close proximity to Mycenae itself, as well as no obvious evidence of hostilities between the Argive citadels over the course of the Bronze Age, suggests Tiryns, along with its neighbouring settlements, to have been under the jurisdiction of the Wanax, or King of Mycenae. A term taken from archival records, painstakingly translated over the course of the last century. The accounts of later Greek mythology seem to confirm such notions, as in most instances they talk of singular Mycenaean kings ruling over both Tiryns and Mycenae. According to Pausanias, the city was named after an Argive prince, Tiryns, a son of King Argos, himself the foundational ruler of nearby Argos, which we will visit soon. By around 1500 BC, the first stage of an extensive Acropolis fortification was begun, with a series of palatial buildings constructed around a central megaron, and large palatial square to the south. With a central hearth bordered by 4 Minoan-style wooden columns supporting the roof, the megaron also included the seat of the ruler of the settlement. And just like the lower settlement around it, the rest of the Acropolis was protected by defensive walls. Just like at Mycenae, the latest walls of Tiryns were imposingly built in Cyclopean style. Around 10 meters tall and 6 meters thick. A series of tunnels were also installed throughout the fortification, connecting gates and other passageways to vital points across the town, including the palace itself. At certain points where tunnels passed through the fortifications, their thickness increased to as much as 17 meters. Some of the most impressive examples of all Cyclopean masonry. Very much warranting Homer's description of Tiryns as being of the mighty walls. In the ancient Greek tradition, the construction of Tiryns' walls is linked to Proetus, an Argive king who was forced by his brother Acrisius to flee the kingdom. As Proetus fled to Lycia in Asia Minor across the sea to the east, he sought help from the Lycians, who provided the ousted Argive king with a military force, enabling him to return to the Argolid to continue the war against his brother. Eventually, an arrangement was reached whereby Acrisius was made the ruler of Tiryns, who promptly walled the city with the aid of the colossal Lycian Cyclopses who'd accompanied him back to Greece. Eventually, Proetus' son, Megapenthes, would make a deal with the legendary monster slayer Perseus to exchange Tiryns for the city of Argos. Perseus, the defeater of Medusa, thus became king of both Tiryns and Mycenae. With the 14th century BC came the very high point of Mycenaean civilization. Virtually all Mycenaean settlements across Greece being significantly expanded. And Tiryns was no exception. A second phase of construction taking place on the Acropolis at this time, with the main gate of the citadel being erected in a similar style to Mycenae. A large tower on one side and arm of the wall on the other, creating a very narrow passageway that was easy to defend against any potential attack. During this time, archaeologists have estimated the lower town at Tiryns to have had a population of around 10,000. Likely far larger than anything during the previous Helladic age. And just like at neighbouring Mycenae, a mighty Tholos tomb was constructed at this time, highly decorated with wall paintings, the entrance connected to a wide central chamber, measuring nearly 30 feet across. Though the identity of its occupant remains a total mystery, the Tiryns tomb differs from most others in the area in that it apparently contained an altar for a cult hero. Perhaps early evidence of the practice of hero worship that became widespread during the later geometric and archaic eras. By the 13th century BC, the third and final phase of Acropolis construction was underway. Both palace and fortifications being enlarged and extended once again, the ruins of which still dominate the hilltop today. The royal palace was by then an impressive two-storey structure, containing rich decorations on both walls and floor, along with a large space between the columns of the fireplace. A royal throne dominating the main hall, suggesting increased importance for the city, perhaps as the second residence of the king of Mycenae, or a place to train his sons in the art of governance. And just like at Mycenae, the Cyclopean walls and main gate were extended outwards, a network of secret passages also being installed, leading on to a shelter and secure water supply in times of attack. Another fortified wall was erected on the Acropolis too, separating the royal palace from the lower palace on the northern side. In legend, Tiryns' most renowned resident of all is one famous the world over. For this mighty fortress was thought by the ancient Greeks to have been the residence of Heracles. Perhaps the most legendary hero of all. This was the place from which that widely famed son of Zeus set out to perform the 12 labours set for him by the Mycenaean king Eurystheus. Besides just a handful of other myths, however, Tiryns didn't receive much attention in Greek mythology, especially when compared to other cities, many of which, in terms of their archaeology, in fact seem far smaller and less influential during the Bronze Age. Even after the crisis of the 12th century BC, which led to the end of Mycenaean Greece, Tiryns remained a major stronghold, perhaps even serving for a brief time as a new capital after the decline of Mycenae itself. Until, just like the other citadels of old, life at Tiryns too became a memory. In the spring of 1960, Swedish excavators working in the shadow of Midea, one of the mightiest of all Mycenaean citadels in the Argolid, came upon an astonishing discovery. The elite burial ground at Dendra had first been uncovered nearly 40 years earlier by pioneering Swedish archaeologist Axel Persson, and gradually dug in the decades since, revealing ornate tomb after ornate tomb. Including early examples of horse sacrifice and all manner of elaborate grave goods. In that year, however, came something new. Poking out of the ground of one of the tombs of the Medean elite was the earliest example of a complete bronze suit of armour ever found. Only seen in artistic depictions before that time. Dated to the end of the 15th century BC, the Dendra panoply, consisting of 15 separate pieces of bronze, encasing the wearer from the knees all the way up to the face, remains one of the greatest discoveries in all of Bronze Age archaeology. giving previously unknown insights into the intricate nature of late Bronze Age warfare. And yet, despite over 100 years of investigation, of that mighty citadel overlooking the Argive plain, we still know relatively little. Generally considered the third most impressive of all Mycenaean citadels, Midea stands in an exceptionally elevated position, overlooking the Argive plain and Argos itself from the eastern side, providing an immense vantage point in all directions around. Consisting of an upper and a lower acropolis, along with two main gated entranceways, one on the east and the other to the west. The entire site is surrounded by Cyclopean masonry. One side in particular having some of the most impressive surviving examples seen anywhere. And yet, today, no tour buses come through here. Few visitors at all. Unlike Mycenae and Tiryns, those who do make the journey to Midea often do so alone. Ancient Greek legend connects Midea with the famed hero Perseus, son and successor to the Mycenaean throne. Said to have fortified the settlement himself. The place is said to have been named after Midea, a concubine of Electryon and Perseus. Though in reality, we don't know whether this was the name the original inhabitants used for the place. With all the benefit of a century of archaeological investigation, however, we can tell a little of the story of this wildly impressive, yet mostly forgotten site. Like many of its neighbours, Midea had originally been settled during the Neolithic, going on to be built upon significantly during the early and middle Helladic, eras which saw the first set of defensive walls being constructed. Finally, during the late Helladic or Mycenaean age, the citadel was further strengthened with its impressive Cyclopean wall. By the 14th century BC, whether it was instigated by the relatively nearby elite at Mycenae, or a local enterprise by the lords buried at the Dendron Acropolis, the citadel at Midea saw a significant increase in construction and investment. Most notably, the mighty Megaron complex that still dominates the site today is dated to this time. We also find evidence of a remarkable seal stone that was apparently utilised over a lengthy period of time, across the span of several generations. While the nodule containing the seal expression dates to the 13th century, the seal itself is thought to have been made at some point earlier, between around 1390 and 1300 BC. Like a good deal of Mycenaean imagery, It depicts an animalistic battle between a roaring lion and a powerful bovine creature, an aurochs or a bull. The most unique feature of the seal, however, is that it gives us a name. Reading Contribution to the Megaron from Isonius. Of Isonius, though it is reasonable to assume that he was a person of high importance, perhaps a local Medean ruler, nothing more whatsoever is known. Whether he is one of the individuals interred in the Dendra necropolis, within one of the 16 chamber tombs perhaps, the tumulus, or even the tholos, so far we can only speculate. Of all the graves at the Dendra necropolis, the Tholos tomb in particular, located at the southeastern edge of the cemetery, containing a dromos or passage some 17 metres long and 2.5 metres wide, along with a large stomion doorway at the entrance, remains the most obviously impressive today. At 7 metres in height and more than 7 in width, the contents of the chamber itself, looted long ago, can only be hinted at today. Though surely they must have been magnificent, perhaps holding Isonius himself, or a venerated ancestor in death. Soon enough though, like Mycenae and Tiryns alike, Midea would come to an end. The final fortifications of the site, built around 1200 BC, mirror the construction efforts of those two neighbours, a signal of troubled times on the way. But there was one more mighty settlement on the Argive plain, a prominent centre in the Bronze Age, and like nowhere else in the Argolid, one which continued to thrive all through the Classical Age to today, giving its name to the entire region. To stand atop the ramparts of Larissa Castle today is to see the entire city of Argos stretching out before you. Tower blocks and ancient houses oozing amidst the urban sprawl. Believe it or not, this is one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world. It has a good claim to being the oldest in Europe, in fact, with Neolithic foundations as early as 5,000 or 6,000 BC having been excavated over the last century. For the most part, however, like most settlements, the modern town has shifted over the millennia. Though the classical era theatre and city centre stand at the foot of Larissa Hill today, the power centre in Bronze Age times was on the high ground above. For besides the Byzantine, Venetian and Ottoman era ruins on Larissa Hill, much older foundations are to be found too. The still visible remnants of Cyclopean masonry, seen in the foundations and beneath the medieval castle walls. Testament to the flourishing citadel that once stood here. One of the great Mycenaean settlements of the Argolis, almost all of which is inaccessible and lost today. For unlike most other centres of the Argolid, Argos continued to flourish into later times, its Bronze Age remains being built over and recycled, again and again and again. Small fragments do survive, however, allowing archaeologists a window into that long-lost time. During the Bronze Age, the original settlement of Argos seems to have been located on Larissa and the neighbouring Apsis Hill, as well as the lower saddle between them. Situated at the very centre of the fertile Argive plain, the place originally rose to prominence as early as the Middle Helladic period, during the days of the ancestors of the Mycenaean Greeks. Interestingly, the unwavering fame and importance of Argos in Greek mythology is not necessarily matched by the renown of the city itself during the real Mycenaean age. The great importance given to it, perhaps stemming from its continued prominence in the later classical era, as well as the vague usage of the term Argos itself. Apparently referring in Mycenaean times to both the city itself as well as the surrounding Argive plain. A region pinpricked with innumerable Mycenaean citadels, of great importance and completely forgotten fame. Nevertheless, in mythology, King Argos is named as the eponymous ruler of the Argolis, who subsequently in grandiose mythic style named the city after himself. As we shall see, a relatively common occurrence. Although populated, archaeology suggests the place to not have been a major settlement until around 1600 BC. As the Mycenaeans spread their power all across Bronze Age Greece, however, with lucrative international links yet further, the Argolid became increasingly wealthy and more densely populated than ever before. In parts, even more so than today, resulting in the development of a number of smaller and mid-sized citadels and settlements. Archaeologically known sites like Babati, Nemea, Lerna, and Nafplion, and likely many more besides. Lost to history, archaeology, and even myth. Very likely ruled over by the palatial centre at Mycenae, at least during the latter centuries of its existence. Bronze Age Argos acted as a convenient central hub between all these centres, as well as to the sea. By around 1500 BC, the Palace of Argos is believed to have been constructed on Larissa Hill. underneath the medieval castle we see today. Though considered a smaller palace centre, the place was still deemed important enough that at some point Cyclopean walls were erected around the Acropolis. The Palace of Argos likely being ruled over by a Mycenaean prince or chosen basileus, operating under the authority of the Wanacs from Mycenae. As is always the case with a Mycenaean site, though sometimes the settlement itself is the piece of the puzzle that is lost, an elite burial ground is found nearby. This one standing at the foot of the nearby Aspis Hill. A number of chamber tombs and tholoi are found here, where a fine collection of Bronze Age pottery and jewellery has been excavated. Of ivory, bronze, seal stones, and other precious materials, sometimes stemming from half a world away. But though Argos likely once possessed a small harbour of its own, it was only ever attached to the edge of Lake Lerna and the wild marshland that once inundated the area around. The seaport of Argos, which likely also served Mycenae and Tiryns, was elsewhere. And like Argos, it is very much still inhabited today. The modern city of Nafplio is one of the great tourist hubs of the northeastern Peloponnese. Those visiting the phenomenal UNESCO World Heritage Sites of Mycenae, Epidaurus, and the rest invariably use it as a base of operations. Sampling the fine array of food and souvenirs on offer, while relaxing along cobbled streets and picturesque beaches. The place has an impressive and venerable history in itself too. The great Venetian castle offshore tells you that much, as well as the Palamidi fortress rising up above town. Nafplio was the first capital of modern Greece after all. Once the young nation finally wrestled independence from the Ottoman Turks in the first half of the 19th century. These impressive fortresses have seen a lot of time. And yet, few visitors realise just how far back the history of Nafplio goes. Like few other places in the world, stretching way back into the mythic days of the Bronze Age. Astonishingly, with a tiny shred of literary evidence, as well as archaeology to back up the legends. On the lower, yet still impressive rocky ground to the west of Palamidi Fortress, stands the oldest part of the city, known today as the Acronafplia. Today, the high ground is dominated by a hotel complex, lined on all sides by impressive medieval fortifications. Before it was transformed by the Venetians and Frankish occupiers into a bastion of defence in the 13th century, it had been a part of the wider town. And like Larissa Castle above Argos, it is to these walls that we must look to find the real antiquity of the place. evidence being seen here not just of the classical world, where Nafplio is known to have been a rocky peninsula, connected to the mainland by a narrow isthmus, but a Mycenaean settlement too, seen in the tiny remaining fragments of Bronze Age fortifications, as well as scanty evidence of ancient tombs. Thought to have derived its name from the son of Poseidon, Nauplius. In the 1st century BC, the geographer Strabo argues the name to have derived from its important harbour. Somewhat confusingly, 2 centuries later, Pausanias tells us that in his time the inhabitants of Nafplion were ethnically Egyptian, supposedly descended from a colony which one of the Greek foundational figures, Danaus, brought to Argos during the Age of Heroes. It's quite a claim, but astonishingly, there is a source from Egypt itself that may add some credence to it. The port's name being recorded in a 14th century BC inscription of the reign of Pharaoh Amenhotep III as a place to trade. The text records several important cities of the Danaans, distant but wealthy trading partners, usually assumed to have been Mycenaean Greeks. Alongside the usual suspects like Mycenae and Thebes, the Egyptians mention Nafplion as one of the key stopping off points in what they refer to as the land of the Danahu. Given the still visible Mycenaean walls of the Acronafplia, seeming to have once surrounded the hilltop, just as they still do today, and the trade links with the immensely wealthy land of Egypt, Nafplion likely far exceeded Argos and most Mycenaean centres of the time in terms of its strategic importance. Many of which it may have served as primary seaport, it likely being a general embarkation point for the wider Argolis, ruled from Mycenae and nearby Tiryns rather than Argos, though likely servicing that site too. Unfortunately, almost all of the archaeology lies underneath layer upon layer of classical, medieval and modern town. If Nafplion was indeed the main port in the Argolis, the wealthiest region in all of Greece, quite simply, it may have been one of the greatest of all ports in the Aegean. A site of extensive regional and international commerce. But of course, Nafplion wasn't the only port in the Argolid. In Book 2 of the Iliad, a list is given of all the participants of the Trojan War. 29 separate contingents are named from every far-flung corner of Greece, under the command of 46 different captains. A total of well over 1,000 ships, manned by an ambitious figure of over 100,000 men. Some of the sites mentioned in the epic poem have never been conclusively located. The inclusion of others is no doubt influenced by their newfound importance in the later classical world, rather than a Mycenaean reality. And yet, if used cautiously, though clearly inflated since the shrouded events it purports to describe, the list can be used, at least in part, as a useful guide to who was who in the Bronze Age Greek world. Of note, we have wise old Nestor leading the men of Pylos, Odysseus with his force from the islands of the western coast, the Myrmidons under the near-immortal warrior Achilles, Menelaus with the men of Sparta, and of course, his brother Agamemnon, leading the main force of 100 ships from Mycenae and the surrounding tributary powers. But there is another force from the Argolid too. 80 ships led by Diomedes, the ruler of Tiryns. One of the greatest warriors in the world. He also led a number of men from many other settlements around. One of those centres, standing on a picturesque rocky outcrop to the south of the Argive heartlands, has not only been located, but has seen a good deal of excavation in the 20th century. Likely serving as a port centre for the Mycenaean warrior lords. This is the citadel of Asine. All but forgotten today, Asine gets few visitors. Though, for those who do make the journey to the southern edge of the Argive plain, a fascinating and long-lasting series of ruins are to be seen. Most notably, a classical era city sprawls along the hilltop, its powerful ramparts still standing guard against attack. During the chaos of the Second World War, the place was fortified by invading Italians and Germans, who sadly dealt a good deal of damage to the impressive early Bronze Age ruins which once crowned the rocky hilltop. Building their gun emplacements out of the recently exposed masonry of thousands of years gone by. The place having been excavated and promptly abandoned by Swedish excavators just before the war. When the Swedes returned after the war, yet more digging was done, revealing impressive early and middle Bronze Age remains in the lower ground around the citadel, as well as a Mycenaean acropolis atop the rocky cliffs bordering the sea. One of the most beautiful of all archaeological sites in Greece, bordered by crystal blue waters and green fields, Asine is a peaceful place today. In truth, it is difficult to picture its violent and checkered past. The last 100 years of archaeology has demonstrated the place to not have been quite on the same level as the other citadels of the Argolid, probably being an outpost of one of those larger palace centres. Just maybe, like the Iliad claims, of the ruling dynasty at Tiryns. Nevertheless, like all Mycenaean settlements, outside the Acropolis to the north, on a small adjacent hill, where the Middle Helladic settlement once sprawled, a whole cluster of Mycenaean chamber tombs have been excavated. Where the ruling class of the settlement were laid to rest all those millennia ago. Alongside later tombs of the geometric era, buried by their vaunted ancestors. As we shall see, a common phenomenon in the ancient Greek world. In the hill country inland from Nafplio, a highly unusual bridge can be seen. Just off the main road toward the Saronic Gulf, alongside dirt tracks and copses of trees, though the stream itself has long since dried up. The Cyclopean stone blocks that make up this still passable and fully functioning crossing have stood here for well over 3,000 years. The remarkable bridge at Archaeology isn't unique either. At least 4 other Mycenaean bridges still surviving here in the hills of the Argolid, just the same as the roadways they were once a part of. A vast interconnected system of military pathways once used by the Mycenaean lords of this region. And not just for foot passengers either. The bridge at Archaeology was sufficiently wide and sturdy enough for chariots. Besides the road itself and its elaborate system of bridges, non-military engineering can be seen here too. Impressive and even still partly working dams, still a part of the landscape today. Like the Hittite engineering projects that may have inspired the Bronze Age Greeks to do the same, once carefully maintained by central administrators. Further along the highway, the remains of some of those leaders can still be seen. At Archaeology, a Greek term which means aristocrat today, an impressive tholos tomb still stands on the roadside. Here, in the same vicinity as one of the most famous Mycenaean bridges of all, where cars can still drive over the prehistoric masonry, an imposing citadel also looms. This is the Kazama Acropolis. Though the place has never been excavated, overlain now by the differing masonry of a Byzantine castle of the medieval era, the unmistakable Cyclopean walls of the Bronze Age still survive in remarkable preservation. Perched in an impressive location, with commanding views all around of this strategic route out of the most important region in the entire Bronze Age Greek world. Though we know almost nothing about it today, the Kazama Acropolis may have been integral to the defences of the Argolis. Only excavations will reveal what secrets are hidden here in this wild, forgotten place. The ancient highway that once ran over the bridge at Arcadico passed from Tiryns all the way to another clearly important place. One which retained its importance throughout the classical age. Seen in one large inland centre. As well as a port city, some miles away on the coast, where pilgrims would arrive from across the known world. We know it today as Epidaurus. Enshrined as a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1988. It very much remains on the tourist trail, just as it has been for thousands of years. Epidaurus is most well known as a healing sanctuary, dedicated to the demigod Asclepius. Also boasting one of the largest ancient theatres in the world. It was once the most celebrated healing sanctuary of all, in fact, where visitors would stay the night and hope for the god to come to them in their dreams, to tell them what to do in order to regain their health. The association of the place with Asclepius is first attested in the 6th century BC. And yet, as there often is, there was a far older sanctuary here before that. Rising way up above even the elevated city itself, and visible for miles around, the nearby hilltop of Apollo Maliotas shows clear evidence of a late Bronze Age open-air altar, where animals would be sacrificed, their remains dedicated as votive offerings. Perhaps to call upon the gods for blessings of good health and healing. The mineral springs in the area perhaps also being used for medicinal purposes. Though most of the structures on the hill today belong to the classical world, at the highest peak can still be seen the remains of a small early Helladic settlement. Left alone, never having been built over by all its future generations. In the wider area, some of the fortifications of the city, as well as the foundations of its megaron and its theatre, have their origins as far back as the 15th century BC. The harbour at Epidaurus Limera has also been dated to at least the 12th century BC, with some evidence of an acropolis on the headland jutting out to sea, as well as a whole cluster of Mycenaean era tombs, carved into the cliffs, overlooking the later classical ruins and the sea. Upon the hilltop overlooking Epidaurus proper, the worship of a deity known as Maliotas emerging alongside Apollo and Asclepius as not just important figures of veneration, but increasingly the reason for the existence of the settlement, may actually represent an evolution of the original deity or deities of the area in the Bronze Age. With Meleatas ultimately given the attributes of and merged with Apollo over time in the sub-Mycenaean period. The place allegedly gaining its name from the son of Apollo, Epidaurus. The celebrated god of medicine Asclepius is said to have been born on nearby Mount Tithyon. During the Bronze Age, dedications on the hilltop included votive bronze double axes, bronze swords, and clay animal figurines. There is even evidence for cult activity in the geometric period, when venerated Mycenaean ancestors of the Age of Heroes often became the focus of worship. Today, it isn't difficult to picture gods and heroes at Epidaurus. Of fauns and nymphs leaping out from behind a tree in the sleepy late afternoon sun. Out here in the sparsely populated east of the Argos, away from the fertile, well-populated plains, it seems an eerie place. Just as it always has been, perhaps. And not far away, along dirt tracks and ancient donkey paths, there is another centre too, facing the Saronic Gulf, even more awash with myth and legend. Further along the coast to the east of Epidaurus stood another settlement in ancient days, survived now by little more than a classical era town, a scattering of nearby modern hamlets, and a collection of Mycenaean chamber tombs. Largely forgotten now. Once, this was one of the most famed places in all the Greek world. This is the city of Troezen. In myth, said to have been founded with the unification of two settlements, Hyperae and Anthea, by an ambitious local power broker, who subsequently named the city after his brother, Troezen. That king's name was Pythius. A son of Pelops, the mighty foundational figure of the Age of Heroes, who gave his name to the entire peninsula of southern Greece. Pythius was renowned far and wide as a wise king. The most pious of the sons of the great Pelops, the most powerful ruler of his time. One day, many years after the foundation of Troezen, one of the primordial kings of Athens, Achaeus, arrived at the city. The so-called Goat Man, who gave his name to the Aegean Sea. He was childless and desperate for heirs of his own. Fulfilling a prophecy given by the gods, he ended up sleeping with Pythius' daughter, Aethra, after a feast, Little did Aegeus know, however, that during the same night, fulfilling a prophecy of her own, Aethra also slept with the sea god Poseidon. When a boy was born the next year, he was hailed by Pythias as a demigod. His grandfather becoming his mentor and guardian. The boy's name was Theseus. When he was a boy, Theseus briefly met the great hero Heracles, who was visiting his grandfather, having just completed his famous 12 labours. Inspired by what he witnessed, and just a small boy at the time, Theseus nevertheless sought to match Heracles in his feats of valour. The hero Bellerophon was also known to have landed his Pegasus at Troezen on one occasion, also seeking the affections of Pythias' daughter Aethra. Little did Theseus know that before Aegeus had returned back to Athens, he'd left instructions for his sandals and sword to be buried under a massive rock at Troezen. Once Theseus came of age, if he was heroic enough to lift the boulder and retrieve the war gear, he would prove himself as the son of the king of Athens. Finally, when Theseus came of age and retrieved the royal tokens, his mother told him the whole truth of his parentage. Soon enough, Theseus would embark on a journey to reclaim his birthright. To Athens he went. Like Perseus, Cadmus, Heracles, and Bellerophon before him, Theseus would set out to become a great monster slayer. After a number of adventures fighting bandits on the road to Athens, finally he made it. Aegeus accepted him as his own. Though, of course, Pythias' claims of divine parentage stuck too, making the young man famous across the land. And Theseus' journey was only just beginning. We will hear much more from him and his adventures across the sea to the land of the Minotaur, on the island of Crete and its labyrinthine lair. Though in truth, there is no definitive evidence that any figures named Pythias or Theseus existed at all. At the very least, there is a real Mycenaean treason. Located around the plains of Apatheia, in close proximity to its classical successor. No less than 2 elite Bronze Age cemeteries, revealing an important local settlement, containing at least 7 chamber tombs. And there is more. A number of Tholos tombs stand nearby too, the most illustrious of all Mycenaean monuments, by no means found at just any settlement, suggesting the existence of a wealthy ruling class in charge of the southeastern portion of the Saronic Gulf of the Argolid. An acropolis overlooks the tombs too. Could this be the lost citadel of Troezen, where Theseus spent his youth? Though largely unexcavated today. Like many places in Greece, the jagged peak here certainly matches the usual description of a Mycenaean power centre. With buried grave goods nearby, studded with the masonry of bygone years. Just as classical Troezen overlooks this strip of coastal lowlands from its position in the foothills, this hilltop site, with clear remnants of ancient masonry, may well be the original Troezen. Its position looking out at the island of Poros, just over the water, with Aegina even further beyond, both extremely important places in the late Bronze Age, give some hints into the potential power of this location, hinted at by its prominence in legend. Only future excavations will reveal its secrets. Heading through the old backroads to the Saronic Gulf today. Due to the closure of the main highway, it seems an entirely forgotten place, with vast mountains making journeys by land arduous and lengthy even in the modern age. In ancient times, the sea was the road. Aside from the tombs and citadel by Galatas near Troezen, strewn out further along these shores, a number of other citadels can be found too. Mostly forgotten now, abandoned for thousands of years. Yet, important settlements in their time, where pirate lords or warrior princes could easily hold a fortress. Places like Iria and Halys having great potential for future archaeological discoveries. Now we must head outside the Argolis to investigate the goings-on of the neighbouring realms. By the time the Indo-European ancestors of the Mycenaean Greeks arrived in the southeastern Peloponnese at around the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, the region of Laconia seems to have been relatively sparsely populated by inhabitants who'd lived there since the Neolithic. Though lines always blur between archaeological cultures, in truth, only ever a useful categorization for modern people to understand the ancients, and never the way they viewed themselves. The forerunners to the Mycenaeans do seem to have been a people of a markedly different way of life to the culture which they superseded. Ancient Greek writers called the original inhabitants of the region the Leleges. In Greek mythology, the original ruler of the Leleges was an eponymous king called Lelex, while his realm was called Lelegia. Lelex was in turn succeeded by his son, Myles, and in turn his son, Eurotas. It was after King Eurotas that the main river of Laconia would be given its name. A According to the legend, which is a good deal easier to comprehend than the real situation of overlapping obscure archaeological cultures and 1,000 lost stories to go alongside them, King Euobeoa had no male heirs. As a result, he married his daughter to a presumably Achaean hero, Lacedaemon, who became the new ruler of Laconia. Symbolising the transfer of the region from Lelegian to Achaean hands. But perhaps mixed heritage too, for the name of Euobeoa's daughter was Sparta. The new king renamed his realm from Lelegia to Lacedaemon, which would become the official name of the Spartan state. The city, however, which would go on to become famous in the Greek stories due to its eloping queen Helen being the spark for the Trojan War, quite aptly was named after his wife. Though, like all Mycenaean centres, its origins remain shrouded in legend, there is a very real Mycenaean palace centre here, as well as various other sites scattered throughout the landscape. One candidate for Mycenaean Sparta is the site later known as Therapne, around 2.5 kilometres to the southwest of the classical era city, on the eastern bank of the Eurotas. From a walled acropolis overlooking the Eurotas Valley that eventually came to be known as the Menelaon, after its most famous mythical king. A dynasty of Achaean princes likely reigned as the rulers of Laconia, perhaps originally independently, but later under hegemony from the Argolid, as reflected by its supposed rule by a member of Agamemnon's family. Relatively modest in size compared to most other Mycenaean power centres, the Menelaon is thought to have been built in the mid-15th century BC. A small acropolis settlement centred around a mansion consisting of 3 parallel units. The central unit being the Spartan Megaron. Judging both by its acropolis and the general features of Laconia at the time, Mycenaean Sparta was not a major player in the Bronze Age Greek world. Its palace was far smaller than a typical palace centre, even a mid-sized one like Midea or Athens. Its walls, nothing when compared to the heavy fortifications of the Argolid citadels. Though the exact reasons for this obscurity remain difficult to fathom, it may simply be that Laconia was simply not a major population centre at the time, and thus did not require an extensive palace centre to hold it. Indeed, the area does not seem to have been anywhere near as heavily populated as Argolis, Boeotia, or Mycenae at the time, with only a handful of towns besides Sparta itself showing signs of significant settlement. In such a situation, the Mycenaean rulers in Sparta were simply not on a par with their counterparts in Pylos, Tiryns, or Thebes, possibly explaining their hypothesised falling under the sway of a larger palatial centre such as at Mycenae. Not long after the initial Spartan Megaron was built, it suffered such intense damage that it would have to be remade. seeing as there is no evidence of destruction by either fire or political turbulence in the region at the time. The most likely cause hypothesized by archaeologists is one that still occasionally strikes the region today. A perennial threat to any Bronze Age ruler in that part of the world. Earthquake. Not long after, on approximately the same spot, another megaron would be constructed, which in turn was abandoned in favour of yet another, third megaron, thrown up by the end of the 15th century BC. Finally, by the end of the 13th century BC, in a similar practice to the rest of the Mycenaean world, defensive walls were constructed around the settlement, a sign of turbulent times to come. Aside from Sparta itself, a handful of other towns of significance existed in Mycenaean Laconia. Most important of all, arguably, being Amyclae, located around 10 miles to the south. In legend, founded by the son of King Lacedaemon, the Spartan ruler Amyclas. Amyclae would ultimately survive the Bronze Age collapse that destroyed so many neighbouring powers, to continue on as an independent polis throughout the Dark Ages and all the way through the Archaic, until it was finally absorbed by the famous classical era Spartan powerhouse. But the Menelaon and the other named Laconian sites in the classical sources, like Amyclae, were far from alone. Archaeological investigations over the last 100 years and more, revealing a whole host of Bronze Age power centres, both in the immediate vicinity around classical Sparta and the regions around. One site that flourished in the late Bronze Age and survives now in a remarkable state of preservation is the city of Pavlo-Petri. The reason for its preservation being its sunken location in a low bay offshore. Though the classical port of Sparta at Gythio would later rise to prominence as the supposed site where Helen of Sparta and Paris of Troy spent their first night together, surely the real story of late Bronze Age Sparta involved Pavlo-Petri. With clear links to the important island of Kythera and Minoan Crete beyond. A different cultural trajectory to much of the rest of the Greek mainland is hinted at. Excavations at Pavlo-Petri are just getting started. It remains one of the most exciting sites in prehistoric Greek archaeology. Another site that has been mused on since all the way back in the 1880s, yet never properly investigated, stands just 7 kilometers south of ancient Sparta. The most prominent hilltop in the chain along the centre of the Eurotas Valley, the citadel of Paleopergi, is one of the most impressive in this region. Largely coated in trees today, and surrounded by olive groves. Like so many Bronze Age citadels, it lies forgotten. With incredible views in all directions, to the Menelaon and other hilltop sites, as well as the Great Taygetos Range looming above. A large conglomeration of rubble can also be sighted not far from the hill itself. Site of one of the most important excavations in all of Greek prehistory. Its contents exhibited now in the National Museum in Athens. Fully excavated by the pioneering Greek archaeologist Christos Sountas all the way back in 1889, who'd also worked at Amyclae nearby. The Tholos tomb of Vaphio is one of the greatest in the Mycenaean world. One of only a very few known to exist, let alone having been excavated in Laconia. With its extremely long, so-called gigantic dromos, likely once the site of funerary rituals. Perhaps like Kofun tombs in Japan, or pyramid mounds in the Americas, with a stage-like structure in front of the actual tomb, where assemblies would take place to honour the vaunted dead. Though Paleopergi remains largely unexcavated, revealing few obviously Mycenaean features above ground, its sighting right next to this gigantic Tholos tomb is the same as in the rest of the Mycenaean world. Given what we know of elsewhere, if Paleopergi wasn't a citadel, it would be entirely unprecedented. Extensive ground surveys of the area have been carried out, and midway between Vaphio and Paleopergi, a quarry site may be the key to linking them together. Tentatively dated, due to its style, to Mycenaean times. It's probable the quarry was used to build both the tomb and an as yet still subterranean stronghold on the hilltop. Only future digs will reveal more of this mysterious and largely forgotten site. In the close to 150 years since Sountas's day, a great deal more has been learned of late Bronze Age Laconia. Just in the first decades of the 21st century alone, remarkable discoveries being made. Heading north from Sparta, the small village of Pellana sprawls around a low hilltop. Here, in a small area on the west bank of the Eurotas, a whole plethora of Mycenaean remains are to be found. Not to mention the modest citadel on the hilltop itself that has largely been subsumed by developments in the village. A substantial collection of chamber tombs etched into the cliffs just to the north have been known and investigated since the mid-20th century. In recent years, yet another set of chamber tombs have been located and excavated. Though, like the village that used to stand over Delphi, which had to be removed entirely to excavate at the beginning of the 20th century, after it was conveniently flattened by a devastating earthquake, many Greek archaeologists have asked the question whether Pellana village, not the Menelaon, could be the site of Mycenaean Sparta after all. Hidden underneath the modern settlement. In the surrounding fields and hills, the search is still on for the site of a hypothesized palace center. And yet, today, many archaeologists suggest there wasn't one foremost center in Laconia at all, but many competing principalities. Political trajectory here perhaps being significantly different to the other so-called palatial regions, like the Argolid, and as we shall see, Boeotia and Messenia. Finally, in 2015, a 5-year survey project was undertaken near the village of Zerocambi, where another Mycenaean cemetery had been located. Here, at the Byzantine chapel of Aios Vasilios, the most telling evidence of all for elite Mycenaean settlement was unearthed. Following a chance find in 2008, an entire archive of Linear B tablets was unearthed. One of only a handful found anywhere, and the only one in Laconia at present. It wasn't long before its corresponding palace was unearthed. Still the only one in the region, Aios Vasilios remains one of the most exciting and promising digs in all of Greece. So then, whether the power centre of Menelaus and Helen was located at the Menelaon, at Polana, at Aios Vasilios, at all of these sites, or somewhere else which is as yet unknown. As we have seen, despite its relatively modest size and importance during the Bronze Age, Sparta had its fair share of fame and renown when it came to Greek mythology too. Legendary accounts naming King Tyndareus as the ruler of Lacedaemon at the time when Agamemnon and his brother Menelaus seized power in Mycenae, with the elder brother effectively making himself hegemon of all of Hellas. Tyndareus' daughter was none other than Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, and face that launched 1,000 ships. As dozens of suitors from all across Greece travelled to Sparta in attempts to woo the famous queen, it was the powerful Menelaus who ultimately married her. In a no doubt greatly simplified retelling, if there is a kernel of truth at the heart of the tale, Tyndareus ultimately must have stepped down from the Spartan throne in favour of the newcomer, making Agamemnon's brother the king and Helen the queen of Sparta. After all the dark events that followed, Helen would return back to Sparta after her adventures across the Aegean. A shrine would be established for the royal couple, as well as a hero cult for both Helen and Menelaus, both figures continuing to be worshipped at the site well after the Bronze Age. Meanwhile, across the mountains to the west, one of the mightiest of all Mycenaean states existed, without which we might never have been able to read the words of those distant ancestors. With the successful decipherment of the writing system known as Linear B in the early 1950s, the words written by the Mycenaean Greeks themselves could finally be read. For the first time ever, unlocking a hitherto lost world of diplomatic exchange and bureaucratic record-keeping. Generations of scholars had worked on the script by the time amateur researcher Michael Ventris followed through on his hunch that it was an early form of Greek after all. Though arguably, if it hadn't been for one incredible archaeological discovery, which massively increased the known quantity of Linear B inscriptions, the translation work might never have been carried out. That discovery was the vast archive of a Mycenaean palace complex. Not located in the Argolid, but in the far southwestern corner of the Greek mainland, where American archaeologist Carl Blagan dug in the hills above Pylos on the eve of the Second World War, and in its aftermath. The region ruled over by wise old Nestor in the Iliad. So, of course, very much a scholar of his generation, inspired by the Homeric epics. When Blagan and his team came upon a vast multi-story palatial complex, they named it the Palace of Nestor. The site turned out to be every bit as impressive as the team had hoped. Still one of the largest and wealthiest Mycenaean palace centres ever discovered. Similar to the neighbouring region of Laconia across the mountains to the east, ancient Mycenae was thought to have been originally inhabited by the legendary tribes of the Leleges in the dim past, with the town of Andania being their old capital. Indeed, just like at many Mycenaean sites, there is archaeological evidence of settlement in the Middle Neolithic Age. Though, like Laconia, it does appear to have been relatively sparsely populated until the mid to late Bronze Age, when a great flourishing of activity would take place. A number of prominent settlements being established, turning Mycenae into one of the most important regions in all of Greece. Established quite early on in the Mycenaean period, perhaps even in the Middle Helladic, Pylos quickly established its influence over the rest of Mycenae, undoubtedly becoming the capital of the region. Built way up high on an elevated position several miles from the Ionian coast, though with good vantage points to all the territory around, Pylos quickly established itself as one of the major centres of Mycenaean civilization, perhaps rivaling even Mycenae itself when it came to size, wealth, and international links. The palace was a monumental construction, remaining the best preserved of all Mycenaean palaces today, consisting of over 100 ground floor apartments, assembled around a large megaron with a throne room and circular clay hearth. Perhaps where stories and bardic tales would be sung in days gone by. The rich world of the Iliad brought forth to reality. Numerous workshops to make elite items, light wells, reception rooms, and even baths and a complete sewage system were found too. The walls were heavily decorated with a mixture of Mycenaean and Minoan styles from the island of Crete, not far away to the south. Immense luxuries on full display. And of course, perhaps most important of all, was the discovery of over 1,000 Linear B tablets, considerably more than any other palatial centre, besides Knossos on Crete. In both the Iliad and the Odyssey, Homer regularly describes the Mycenaean heartland as sandy Pylos, often emphasising the imposing stature and wealth of its palace. Ruled over by the famed wise king Nestor, chief advisor to Agamemnon during the legendary Trojan War. Unlike the heavily fortified centres of the Argolid and elsewhere in Greece, however, Pylos remained perhaps the only palace centre with few known walls or fortifications to speak of. Perhaps being protected largely by an elaborate series of satellite settlements and Coast Guard squadrons, as hinted at by the Palace Archive. And of course, being a major trading centre of the Mycenaean world, enjoying close proximity to the Mediterranean, and seemingly close ties to Minoan Crete, as well as Cyprus and Egypt beyond, Pylos was able to accumulate immense wealth. By 1500 BC, the rulers of Pylos were already building highly elaborate and expensive tholos tombs, contemporary to the earliest such constructions of Mycenae itself. The earliest of the Pylian tombs being constructed right next to the palace. It was followed by two large tholoi of the 15th century BC, known as Tholos 6 and Tholos 7. These two tombs were built by exceptionally wealthy patrons, their walls papered with gold leaf, chambers filled with rich artifacts and jewellery. Notably, among those wildly impressive grave goods was a gold pendant representing the head of the Egyptian goddess Hathor, a clear indication of the trade links the lords of Pylos enjoyed with Egypt. Standing at around 12 metres in diameter and almost 5 metres tall, the very largest of the tombs, Tholos 6, is believed to have been built for the very highest echelons of Pylian society. A grave fit for a king. Other highly important members of Pylian society were not buried in Tholos tombs, however, but shaft graves, like those at Mycenae. Dating to a time perhaps slightly before the larger external monumental tombs. Since its excavation in 2015, the shaft tomb, known as the Grave of the Griffin Warrior, has become something of a media sensation. An unplundered tomb made for a single individual. Perhaps a famed warrior in his day, or even the king of the city. It is an unparalleled find at the court of Pylos, remaining one of the most extraordinary finds ever made in Mycenaean archaeology. Containing more than 3,500 items, including weapons, armour, jewellery, and numerous silver and gold artefacts. The tomb of the Griffin Warrior is a highly decorated shaft grave. Though we don't know the name of this remarkable individual, we can tell something of his life from the archaeology he left behind. Perhaps most interesting of all being the 4 gold signet rings depicting detailed mythological imagery. Thought to originate on Minoan Crete, as well as a remarkably detailed Minoan seal stone, labelled by archaeologists as the Pylos combat agate. This remarkably detailed and intricate seal, clearly carved by a master craftsperson at the very height of their art, depicts the same motifs as the seals and rings found in the shaft graves at Mycenae. An agile, long-haired warrior, having already defeated one opponent, leaps forth to attack another, plunging his sword into the neck of his foe. The scene, which appears to have been known all across the Mycenaean world of the 16th and 15th centuries BC, perhaps represents a famous early battle and victory that embedded itself in the psyche of the ruling elites as a source of pride and victory. Another school of thought interprets the scene as a purely mythological one, bordering on the fantastical as it is. As for the identity of the deceased, it is possible that the Griffin warrior gained his immense wealth on the island of Crete, a land which seems to have suffered great turmoil around this time, and as we shall see, perhaps full-scale invasion from the mainland. But more on that later. By the 14th century BC, at the very height of Mycenaean civilization, the palace centre at Pylos, together with its surrounding dependencies, may well have harboured a population as high as 50,000. With yet higher estimates placing the number at as many as 100,000. Arguably matching or even exceeding the Argolis, a testament to the great wealth and importance accrued by Mycenae during that time, later remembered in the Iliad in its wise and paramount king, second only to Agamemnon. By the 13th century BC, we reach the age of the palace archives, when, remarkably, the lives of individuals emerge from the mists of time. One such figure, attested only by a name, mentioned several times in the Linear B records, was Enchaleon. While his precise position among the hierarchy of Pylos remains unknown, it is clear that Enchaleon was a person of considerable wealth and influence in the region. The Linear B records mentioning him as the owner of an extensive estate, including quality farmland, 1,000 grapevines and 1,000 fig trees, as well as 40 men serving as rowers in the Pylian fleet. Though the tablets give little embellishments for us to find what exact role Enchaleon played in Pylos in the 13th century BC, scholars have variously hypothesized him to be a high-ranking and influential local ruler. Perhaps even a prince or other member of the royal family, playing an important role in the goings-on of one of the most powerful palace centres of the Mycenaean world. A state able to gather together several hundred war chariots, as well as a considerable fleet. And Pylos was not alone. The territory administered by the Pylian palace comprised the extensive hinterlands of Mycenae, including a few other palatial centres too, albeit on a smaller scale. Besides the old Lelegian town of Andania, the Coast Guard tablets speak of a number of other important settlements, a handful of which have been located archaeologically. Chief among them, 2 excavated power centres, Iklaina and Nichoria. When the archaeologists of the Minnesota expedition arrived at Nichoria in 1969, they had no idea what to expect. In truth, many hoped for another diplomatic archive like that discovered at Pylos, or some other immense paradigm-shifting discovery. Like usually is the case, however, neither happened. Few headlines were made over the next 5 years of intensive digging. And yet, a remarkable settlement was uncovered nonetheless. Amidst olive groves on a remote crest in the southwestern Peloponnese, on first glance, Nichoria looks like any other hill. And yet, mighty Tholos tombs and the remains of still visible medieval and classical era settlements pay testament to a long series of occupation. The extensive necropolis built all around the citadel at the centre of Nichoria not only housed tombs of the 8th century BC, but dated all the way back to the Mycenaeans of the 15th century too. Most visible of all being the large tholos built on the northwestern edge in around the 14th century BC, signalling the existence of a powerful and wealthy ruling class in charge of this centre. Both the diameter and height of the tomb exceeded 6.5 metres. Its contents, a glittering collection of pottery vessels, swords, and ornate items of gold, ivory, faience, and bronze. Years of digging on the Acropolis, sprawled out over the natural crest of rock, revealed an important place. Once controlling the eastern portion of the southwestern Peloponnesian region of Mycenae. Though, almost certainly, for much of its history, under the authority of the prominent palace at Pylos to the west. An important asset in the Pylian trade network, as seen in the diplomatic archive of the capital. Known for its olive, wool, and flax exports, the original name of the settlement seen in the Linear B tablets seems to have been Timatoa Kii, one of 7 principal towns in the second or outer half of the Pylian kingdom. Attempting to make sense of the rather alien-looking name, scholars have variously interpreted it as Themitos. Although no firm consensus exists on the matter, just as we don't know definitively that this does correspond to this site. I visited Nichoria for myself in the spring of 2022, I was amazed by the beauty of the place. I was so inspired by the mysteries still to be uncovered here that I wrote an extensive article on its history. You can read the article for free right here on my Substack newsletter. And why not sign up for free with your email for similar adventures to the world's greatest archaeological sites? Sent straight to your inbox a few times a year. I also made an entire video on the site, which you can watch here too. And besides Nichoria, a number of other smaller settlements were established throughout Mycenae too, such as the port of Rion to the southeast, the wine-producing town of Pedasos, the imposing fortress of Malthi, and a number of smaller, lesser-known Bronze Age settlements that were either abandoned by the end of the Bronze Age or became known under different names by the Archaic era, almost all of which remain entirely unexcavated. Others yet, entirely unknown. One such site, completely lost until the beginning of the 21st century, was uncovered decades after Nichoria. Unlike its contemporary, revealing an astonishingly elaborate palatial complex. In 2001, hints of a Mycenaean settlement in the hills above the coast of Navarino, not far from the town of Cora, led to 5 years of surveys. In 2006, full-scale archaeological investigations began. The resulting digs being some of the most important ever undertaken in the region. Providing some of the best information on state formation found anywhere in Bronze Age Greece. For here, in the low hills some 10 kilometres to the northeast of Nestor's palace, was another important regional centre, resembling Pylos in its construction style and many other aspects, including a large multi-storey palatial complex, though seemingly independent of the palace of Nestor, at least in its early days. Fascinatingly, though built on a smaller scale than at the main centre of Pylos, which no doubt eclipsed it in time, from the very beginning of its construction, Iklaina had its own administrative hub, including a large terraced building and advanced drainage system. Of great interest to archaeologists, the engineering undertaken at Iklaina to level off the ground into a massive terrace was built to impress. In a Cyclopean style, using gigantic stone blocks. On top, it supported a 3-storey megaron in a unique and unprecedented structure known as the Cyclopean Terrace Complex. Thought to have been completed by around 1330 BC. In 2009, yet more amazing finds were made, in the form of well over 2,000 pieces of long collapsed wall paintings. One of which, in a potential homage to Minoan styles, depicts 3 human figures and a dolphin, as well as a procession of marching women, giving tiny hints to potential festivals and processions that may have taken place here. Other finds in the years to come included an exceptionally fine paved street leading from the residential area of the site to the Cyclopean terrace. Itself comprised of 3 wings arranged around a rectangular central courtyard. As hinted at in the wall paintings and at other similar depictions such as Crete and Thebes, perhaps the street was once used as a processional way. Giving a brief insight into how power, perhaps suffused with the divine right to rule, may have been mediated by elites in the late Bronze Age world. The Megaron itself suffered great destruction during the second half of the 14th century BC, after which the so-called Megaron Gamma was constructed. Though we can't know for sure, perhaps by the now victorious main palace centre at Pylos, which may have subdued Iklaina, demoting it to subsidiary status. Nevertheless, the new Megaron was still impressive, containing numerous storage rooms, a central hearth, and an advanced sewage system. In 2012, in a completely unique find in mainland Greece during the Bronze Age, an open-air sanctuary was located, Iklaina apparently having been the focus of religious activity. Perhaps the most important find of all, however, was the discovery of arguably the earliest Linear B tablet ever discovered on the mainland, from the 15th century BC. Providing hints that Mycenae, with its known links to Minoan Crete, may have been one of, if not the first region to utilise that oldest of Greek writing systems. But, of course, there were other regions too, with strong and early links to the sea. Today, the Acropolis of Athens and its Parthenon temple remain some of the most enduring symbols of the classical world. In its prime, some 2,400 years ago, the city was renowned as the premier centre of Hellenic civilization. Still looming large in popular memory through its art, literature, philosophy, its democratic governing system, as well as its preeminent military strength. And yet, the Acropolis has a much older history too, still seen in the fragments of Cyclopean wall that remain. In the lowest sections of that mighty stone-built barricade, tracing around the edge of the entire hilltop. Perhaps in part because of this still visible heritage of the world that came before, unlike most other city-states of its time, Athens still proudly emphasised an undisturbed continuity from the vaunted ancestors of the heroic age. supposedly having survived the Bronze Age collapse, to build towards what could eventually be considered the golden age of the Athenians in the 5th century BC. Indeed, far from totally a myth, the strong traditions and rich mythology of the Athenians does seem to have been at least partly derived from a real Mycenaean past. A state having emerged here in Attica during the first half of the 2nd millennium BC. In myth, it was from the Peloponnese to the south that the Achaean ancestors of the Athenians first stemmed, spreading their influence across the Greek mainland, subduing, assimilating, and in some cases expelling the local Helladic tribes of their original homelands. In the region of Attica, north of the tiny spit of land connecting the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, the Achaeans allegedly dwelled alongside 2 other prehistoric tribes, the Corcones and the Cranioi. According to the legend, the original Attican ruler, Actaeus, was succeeded by Cecrops, another of the newcomers. It is he who is credited with the foundation of Athens. In the tale, perhaps unsurprisingly, this first foundation was on the Acropolis. That mighty natural formation of rock, being where Cecrops united the tribes. Though, selecting a patron deity to watch over the new city proved to be much more complicated than building the settlement itself. 2 Olympian gods rushing in to make their claims. First to arrive was Poseidon, god of the sea, brother to Zeus, the king of the gods. Upon hulking his mighty form onto the Acropolis, Poseidon struck it hard with his trident, causing a mighty dent, and symbolising the future naval power of the settlement and favour of the sea god. Shortly afterwards, however, appeared Athena, goddess of wisdom, having been born from Zeus's mind. She created an olive tree on the Acropolis, a symbol of peace and prosperity. King Cecrops accepted the olive tree, thus making Athena victorious. In the goddess's honour, the city was named Athenae, or Athens. Whether the story reflects real half-remembered and simplified events of competing religious cults, perhaps between old gods and the new, we simply can't say. Most of the Mycenaean ruins of the city, lying underneath layer upon layer of much later foundations, having been inhabited all through history to today. It is now by far the largest city in all of Greece. Over the last 200 years of scholarship, however, some archaeology has been done. Built on a respectable scale, but seemingly not quite as large or as impressive as Mycenae, Tiryns or Pylos, the palatial centre at Athens, ranking alongside the medium-sized palaces, was still undoubtedly wildly important to the denizens of Attica and its dependent regions. Its importance during earlier ages can be seen too, as well as its links to the sea, in the form of a huge Cycladic idol found on the Acropolis. Largest ever discovered outside of the islands of the Aegean. Given the hints of Neolithic activity found here too, it remains clear that this was an important place long before the Late Bronze Age. Like at most Mycenaean power centres, at the very heart of the Acropolis stood the Megaron, surrounded by administrative and residential buildings for the court. Just as it is today, the outer cliff's edge of the Acropolis was surrounded by a Cyclopean wall. At around 760 metres long, 10 metres high, and 4 to 6 metres thick, it would have been wildly impressive in its day. Surviving only in fragments now. Though perhaps preceded by a smaller fortification, the wall that still survives was likely completed in the 14th century, serving as the main defence of Bronze Age Athens. Just as it was in classical times, bordered by potentially hostile and powerful neighbours in Boeotia to the west, and the Argolid to the south. According to Herodotus, and earlier somewhat garbled myths that survive, the structure was known as the Pelasgic Wall, in reference to its supposed builders, the Pelasgians. A people who had been allowed to settle in Attica around Mount Hymettus, thus becoming some of the inhabitants of Athens. It is also reported that the Pelasgians belonged to the tribe of the Chronoioi. In myth, one of the 3 earliest peoples of the region. Either way, safe behind their mighty bastions, the elites of Mycenaean Athens continued to expand and build on their strategic position from then onwards. Notably with a port being constructed, Poseidon's early patronage fulfilled. Unlike the famous Piraeus port, however, built by Themistocles in the 5th century BC, and still very much in use today, the Mycenaean foundation, of a much more modest size than its Classical Age successor, was placed at Phaleron. Today, only fragments survive. Perhaps the best surviving example of the significant wealth and influence of the 14th century elites of Athens comes in the form of the funerary evidence. The impressive Achaea Tholos tomb to the northeast of the city, being covered in a large mound of earth and surrounded by a low wall on all sides. Within, 6 individuals were interred. Perhaps the ruling family of the Mycenaean settlement. As usual, wildly expensive personal belongings of jewellery, gold, silver and bronze accompanied the dead. Seals of semi-precious stones, boar tusk helmets, bronze weapons, and numerous other items, showing off international links and the prominent standing of the dead in the hierarchical system of the Late Bronze Age. Athens was not alone. Just one of 12 legendary towns, having been unified in the Age of Heroes to form the region of Attica and its foremost city. Unlike many myths, a number of the towns of this Sinoicism have been confirmed with archaeology too. Not far from Athens airport today, the ancient city of Brauron seems another world from the hustle and bustle of the capital. Beautiful marshland oozes, classical structures rise, and an excellent museum is to be visited. In the time of the Persian Wars, Brauron suffered devastation at the hands of the invading armies of Xerxes. The same fate as the capital. Though here, the population may not have been lucky enough to escape the destruction. And unlike Athens, Brauron didn't have the resources to bounce back. It was never the same again. In the site museum, many artifacts are housed from the surrounding region, testament to its importance in Mycenaean times, as well as before. Looming over the classical city still today is the old Acropolis. Here on the hilltop, though mostly forgotten now, stand the Mycenaean remains of the stronghold. Flourishing here in the second half of the 2nd millennium BC, as well as in ancient days even before. To the south, not far from the port of Lavrion, another settlement stands. A gateway to the Cyclades today, just as it was in ancient times. Nearby silver mines give a hint of just how Athens became so rich in the classical era and before. For not surprisingly, here is more genuine archaeological evidence for another of the mythic towns of the Attican League. Genuine archaeological evidence for Lavrion, another of the mythic towns of the Attican League. Yet another stands not far away at the site of the great victory against the Persians at Marathon. And also, likely, at Eleusis too. Site of the famous psychedelic mystery cult, as well as a likely Mycenaean centre. Heading inland from Lavrio, yet another ancient city rises up. On the jagged crags above this one, a collection of impressive Mycenaean chamber tombs still sprawl. As well as one of the most impressive surviving fortifications in all of Attica. This is Thorikos. From the pinnacle of this Bronze Age holdout, the blue waters of the Aegean beckon. It's not difficult to picture Attican lords going about their business here. manning the coastline on behalf of their rulers to the north. Or maybe striking out on their own. For all of the centuries of scholarship that have gone into studying the Mycenaean world, the exact relationship of all these peripheral centres with the supposed capital of Athens remains unknown. It could be that they were all independent at one time or another. Just as it is possible they were always ruled over by that powerful centre, alone able to create such a vast series of outworks and bastions, only a little of which survive today. Unfortunately, due to the intense remodelling of the Acropolis all the way down to the present, no palatial structures nor Linear B archive has ever been found. It's likely they never will. Nevertheless, from the shreds that do survive, we can say a little of the fate of that great Bronze Age centre. At some point prior to the 13th century BC, the great blight of Bronze Age Greece appears to have hit the citadel. Poseidon's wrath coming back to haunt the Athenians, in the form of an earthquake which appears to have created a fissure on the northeastern side of the Acropolis, extending to a bed of soft rock. Habitation continued without issue, however, with a well being dug where the fissure had hit, connected by an extensive series of stairs. Poseidon had gifted the city with a source of drinking water during any potential siege. Despite not being the largest of Mycenaean centres, Athens is given regular mention in the mythological accounts. The most well-known of all concerning the legendary hero who would unify all of Attica under Athenian authority. Of course, the mighty monster hunter from Troezen who we've met before, ending up here after his adventures on the road from the south. His name was Theseus. In one of the most famous Greek myths of all, known by most in the West, and many the world over too, the Athenians were then compelled by the all-powerful king of Minoan Crete, Minos, to sacrifice 7 of their male and 7 female youths every 9 years to his monstrous son, the Minotaur. A half-man, half-bull creature that dwelled inside the Cretan labyrinth near far-off Knossos. Lair of the all-powerful Cretans, in those days ruling the seas with their mighty navy, to such an extent that Herodotus defined it as a thalassocracy, or empire of the sea, reflected today in very real prominence in the archaeology. On the third round of choosing sacrificial victims to be sent to Minos' court, wishing to bring an end to the unholy deal once and for all, and defeat the Minotaur, Theseus, the reunited son of the Athenian king Aegeus, solemnly volunteered to go. Departing with black sails on his mighty vessel, Theseus promised his father that if he were successful, he'd change his sails to white before returning home, to symbolise his victory. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus learned that the labyrinth was so massive that upon entering, no one yet had been able to find a way out, let alone defeat the creature which dwelled within. Fortunately for the Athenian prince, operating on pure blind luck and bravado at this point, he was spotted by King Minos' daughter, Ariadne, gifting him a lengthy piece of thread with which he could eventually find his way out of the maze. Once inside the labyrinth, Theseus ultimately came head to head with the monstrous beast, finally immortalising himself with the likes of Bellerophon, Perseus, Cadmus and Heracles, by battling and slaying it. Freeing himself from the labyrinthine maze by using the spindle given to him by Ariadne, the two escaped the island. After yet more adventures on Naxos, Ariadne was cast aside by the hero prince, herself becoming entangled with the demigod Dionysus. But that's a story for another day. Somewhere, amidst all the adventuring, in an incident to rival the greatest of Greek tragedies, and one which echoes throughout history in various other stories from the classical world to today, Theseus forgot to switch his sails. Eagerly awaiting the return of his son at Cape Sunion on the peninsula to the south of the Athenian Acropolis, Aegeus saw what he feared most. The sails were the wrong colour. Thinking his son and heir to be dead, he threw himself into the sea, which still bears his name today. In the millennia to come, Theseus would remain the greatest of all Athenian heroes, worshipped long after the Mycenaean age as the ultimate king. By the time of the Trojan War, Athens remained a significant Achaean settlement. So much so that according to Homer, it was able to contribute 50 ships to Agamemnon's fleet. By that time, one of the other main contributors to the Armada may seem surprising at first glance, for by then a great deal had changed, the tables having been turned on Minos' great sea empire. For one of the largest contingents of Mycenaean warriors of all came from Crete, and Minos' capital of Knossos itself. When British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans began excavating at Knossos at the very beginning of the 20th century, one of the most famous digs of all time would ensue. Revealing an astonishingly advanced Cretan society, unparalleled in the Mediterranean during the first half of the 2nd millennium BC. Its metalworking, architectural engineering, jewellery making, and all sorts of artistic pursuits, far outshining those of the mainland. where influence from Crete began to be seen near everywhere the archaeologists looked. Perhaps there was some truth in the mythic tales of the Minotaur after all. As time went on, yet more palatial centres would be revealed. At Marlia, Phaistos, Paleocastro, and others. As well as towns like Gornea, hilltop sanctuaries, and temples. An entire society revealed. One strongly influenced by, and with links to pharaonic Egypt, just a couple of days sailing to the south. Where prototype labyrinths may be sought at the wildly complicated Middle Bronze Age ruins at Hawara. Those searches for a real labyrinth by Knossos have so far revealed naught. Roman-era investigators believing them to be in the catacombs near the city of Gortys, not far from Knossos. Equally strange archaeological discoveries nearly matched the myth with fascinating, very real finds. Not quite a monstrous half-bull hybrid, but very real ritualistic bull jumping was found all over the island. Particularly in large courtyard-like spaces at many of the so-called palace centres. Perhaps suggesting participation by Bronze Age Athenian tributes every 9 years in some sort of homage to the Cretan powers. Minoan Crete would have a huge impact on the mainland. Arguably inspiring the greatest achievements of the Mycenaean world. Perhaps even its gods and its culture. Seen in archaeology as well as looming huge in the myths. It's even possible that the Linear A writing system, which unfortunately has never been successfully translated, was the major inspiration for the Mycenaean system Linear B. The latter perhaps devised by a singular individual or group after witnessing the Cretan system. By around 1700 BC, the first palatial system on Crete would come to an end. Perhaps destroyed by earthquakes. But soon after, a new flourishing of palace centres would be seen. Knossos in particular being absolutely huge and incredibly ambitious, including elaborate plumbing systems and many more structures than any Mycenaean polity. The mythical work of Daedalus made flesh. We don't know for sure, but perhaps there were a number of power centres on the island at this time, though none were fortified, and not much evidence of warfare has been uncovered. Once upon a time, leading to the suggestion of the Minoans as a peaceful folk, more given to ceremonies than warfare. As time has gone on, however, the pendulum has swung back and forth on the issue, with a more nuanced opinion being the norm now, of Cretans engaging in warfare when they had to, just as in any other society. And soon enough, Crete would be engulfed in chaos. Again, it was the natural world that did it. By 1500 BC, a mighty volcanic eruption on nearby Thera, tearing across the Aegean. To the north, the mighty sprawling city of Akrotiri was wiped out. The ash can still be seen on many places to the north of Crete, like Paleocastro. Those who weren't killed by the tidal waves suffered more. Signs of famine, disease, warfare, even human sacrifice and cannibalism being seen in the archaeological record. And into that chaos, at some point, the Mycenaeans appear from the mainland. By around 1400 BC, gone were the days of independent Minoan Crete. In its place, a number of clearly Mycenaean centres had appeared. One, Achaea Triada, just by the former centre of Phaistos, where the famous disc was discovered, is an interesting place, containing storerooms and various other trappings of the Mycenaean world. Foremost among the lot, however, was the power centre associated with King Minos of old. Just as it always had been, Knossos being the capital of the island, even in Mycenaean times. Seemingly ruled over now by a Mycenaean elite. The population likely hadn't changed much, but life had, and for many, religious beliefs too. Knossos very much entering the mainstream of the Mycenaean world, with singular warrior graves now becoming the norm, replacing the conspicuous absence of graves from before. The Minoans likely having practiced either sea or sky burials, leaving few remains behind. In the centuries to come, some Minoan enclaves may have survived on high mountain peaks and remote valleys. But a new leadership had very much arrived. Linear B now being found rather than the previous writing systems. Links to Egypt very much being co-opted by the mainlanders, now enjoying total supremacy over the Aegean, and looking yet further to the sea, to the glory of new conquests. On the mainland, meanwhile, several other mighty power centres continued to spread their tendrils across the world. A few in particular on the northern periphery, though very much linked by the sea, would begin to rival even Mycenae itself. By the 5th century BC, the concept of the theatre was already well established in Greek society. Perhaps having its origins in the Dionysian ecstasy of the open-air ceremonies of previous eras. The now formalised phenomenon took Greece by storm. For a society already obsessed with its own past, as well as telling a great story, the best plays allowed ordinary citizens not only to grapple with the deeper meanings of existence, but to come into contact with their ancestors. Though most Greek plays are lost, the greatest of those that do survive come from Athens. Golden Age masterpieces by the likes of Aeschylus and Euripides. Of all the great plays of that vaunted age, a set of 3 in particular shine out brightly among the most enduring and timeless tales ever told. Penned by the playwright Sophocles, first performed during the 5th century BC in Athens, they concerned one of the other Greek states, a source of endless fascination for its neighbours. A story to rival even that of the Trojan War, about a people who had always gone their own way. And as far as the rest of the Greek world was concerned, stood among the oldest and most illustrious of all, located in Boeotia to the west of Athens, the city of Thebes. The 3 Theban plays written by Sophocles, concerning the fated and often cursed Theban royal family of the heroic age, remain some of the most studied, watched and read plays in all of history. Inspiration for Shakespeare and Sigmund Freud alike. Most famous of all being the tale of Oedipus, primordial Theban king who infamously fulfilled his own grim prophecy by unknowingly killing his own father and marrying his mother without knowing either of their identities. His cursed sons going on to carry forth the grim tidings into the war-blighted next generation. It is a great story, which has in turn inspired so many others down the millennia. And, of course, over the last century, archaeology has demonstrated the idea of the immense antiquity of Thebes to be more than just a myth. In addition to extensive Mycenaean remains from the same age Oedipus was thought to have lived, ancient walls and a town from the 3rd millennium BC have been unearthed. 1,000 years even before the Age of Heroes. Unlike most Mycenaean centres, Thebes has the distinction and added difficulty of having been continuously occupied all throughout recorded history. Digging can only be carried out here when construction work is taking place. Therefore, only tantalisingly brief pictures can be gained of the city in its Bronze Age glory. And yet, Thebes has changed a lot in the last 100 years, and a good deal of archaeology has thus been undertaken. The first to do so was a Greek, a pioneer in the new field. Between 1906 and 1929, over the course of many seasons, Antonius Karamapoulos, revealing one of the most astonishing building complexes ever seen from the Mycenaean age. At the very centre of the ancient acropolis of the city. Largely obscured now unless viewed from the air, yet impregnable in the classical world. A mighty megaron stood, surrounded by a palatial complex complete with Cyclopean masonry. The large multi-storey complex, tentatively dated to the 13th century BC in its final form, contained dozens of rooms, decorated with majestic frescoes, linked up by corridors, designed for storage and the manufacturing of luxury goods, as well as significant evidence of literacy and international ties. In honour of the mythological founder of the city, Cadmus, with classic early 20th century flair, Karamapoulos could only have named the so-called palace the Cadmea. The historic name for the previously lost Theban citadel, which had once been famous. Persisting all through the classical age, as a hallowed site that no one was allowed to build on, until its final destruction by Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. This total descent into oblivion, when the city was razed to the ground, its citizens killed or sold into slavery, only adding to the allure of Thebes. Though difficult to arrive at a complete picture of the site due to the urban sprawl of the flourishing modern town centre, the artisan workshop of the Cadmea, revealed by Karamapoulos and subsequent excavators, didn't just produce fine items and jewellery of gold, agate, quartz and lapis lazuli, among other precious materials from the other side of the world, but stored materials and items including locally produced products, as well as others imported from Iran and Bactria towards the far eastern fringe of the trade networks of the Mesopotamian powers. A fascinating insight into the interconnectedness of at least the elites at a prosperous Mycenaean palace centre well outside the Argolid. A situation which makes Cadmus's supposed origin as a Phoenician not so wild after all, at least in geographical terms. The land of Canaan only being a single boat trip away. Let alone the trek across vast swathes of deserts and mountains to reach the far edge of the Bronze Age world. The so-called treasure room of the Cadmea is arguably even more impressive, demonstrating direct diplomatic links with the great powers of the Near East. Located at the northeastern corner of the complex, the treasury was built using colossal stone blocks some 2.5 meters high. It contained large amounts of gold, silver, other precious materials, as well as a hoard of imported cylinder seals from Assyria, the Hurrian kingdoms, Cyprus, and the Hittite Empire. Separated from the treasure room by a mighty wall, we also have the so-called Room with the Jars. Named for the extensive amount of clay jars located there. No doubt filled with tribute and trade goods from the hinterlands of the Theban kingdom, as well as abroad. Within both chambers, a large number of Linear B tablets were found, suggesting a significant portion of the palatial administration to have been run from this part of the complex. It is on the eastern edge of the Acropolis that we get a glimpse into the might of Oedipian Thebes. For here was the armory. A large rectangular chamber, along with numerous smaller rooms, linked up by a network of narrow corridors. Its purpose, the production of weapons for the Mycenaean army, as well as bronze tools for the palace artisans and craftspeople. The westernmost area of the excavated remains was reserved for the so-called wool workshop, consisting of 3 rooms containing various arrays of pottery, vases, and stirrup jars. Decorated with beautiful, colourful frescoes, the workshop was used for the washing and storage of wool, which would typically be processed with aromatic oils to be delivered to recipients both inside Thebes and across the other Mycenaean palaces. Finally, at the summit of the Acropolis was a large and densely built building complex overlooking the rest of the city. Judging by its size and its premium location, as well as the extensive and colourful decorations such as painted frescoes, this is the area thought to have housed the Cadmean ruling class. Clearly, even from the partial picture that has so far been found, Thebes stood among the wealthiest and most powerful of the Mycenaean states. Perhaps only surpassed by Mycenae itself. And yet, its palace has not definitively been found. No hearths or throne rooms surrounded by pillared halls, like those at Pylos and Tiryns, having been located thus far at the Cadmea. Suggesting the real glory and centre of the city to remain hidden under pavements and modern streetways. And of course, Thebes was not alone in its region. Boeotia has always been home to multiple, significant, and often competing polities. During the heyday of Thebes, the other foremost power stood to the west. Orchomenos, perennial enemy to the Theban kings. Smaller and closer, however, was Eutrisis, where the remnants of Cyclopean walls still sprawl. Along with other centres like Thisbe and Elion. Probably swallowed by the Theban state during its expansion and turned to satellite centres, the same as with Pylos and Mycenae. Excavated during the first decades of the 20th century by pioneering female archaeologist Hetty Goldman, and later by John Caskey, leader of the American School in Athens, the magnificent artefacts uncovered from Eutrisis are now kept in the Thebes Museum, demonstrating the great wealth of this region in the late Bronze Age. and Eutrices' very probable status in the region as second only to Thebes. Today, little more than a low mound amidst great swathes of farmland. History has not been kind to Eutrices. Its once impressive Cyclopean defences, visible only 100 years ago in Goldman's day, taken away piece by piece in the years since by stone-hungry locals. Its citadel, unkempt and unstable. The surrounding structures of the town, largely indistinguishable from the surrounding fields. If you weren't looking, you wouldn't know it was man-made, let alone one of the great towns of the Bronze Age Aegean. The situation is similar at the small town of Thisbe to the west. A centre of industry and farming today. On the tourist trail, this is not. Thisbe was, however, mentioned in the Iliad, just as it was featured in Michael Wood's In Search of the Trojan War in the 1980s. The epic poem and epic TV show alike, speaking of its many pigeons, which are still there today. And of course, the mighty citadel that looms over the town. A medieval fortress in the last millennium, but underneath it is studded with the clear edifices of the Bronze Age. Unlike Eutrices, Thisbe stands on a rocky crag, so was never useful enough to be destroyed by agriculture. Its elevated and steep position also protecting it from stone robbers, keeping it safe for potential future excavation. Until then, its secrets remain hidden. Not too far away to the south, yet more ruins sprawl around the ancient entrance to the realm of Thebes. Here, at Plataea, where classical walls stretch and temples loom, a great victory was won against the Persians in 479 BC, throwing them out once and for all from the Greek mainland. But long before then, this place was already important. Its central stronghold citadel amidst green fields, having Mycenaean foundations. Yet another settlement, like Eutrices and Thisbe, largely forgotten today, stands nearby at Arma. Amidst classical remains, the Eleon Acropolis has confirmed Mycenaean evidence too, and is still an immensely impressive site, where small-scale excavations are beginning to be carried out. But where did all the wealth of this Theban kingdom come from? Well, like the other Mycenaean kingdoms, Thebes had access to the sea. A number of potential port sites have been located. Places like Anthedon, Larimna, and Skroponeri, all showing clear indications of Mycenaean settlement, with fragments of Cyclopean fortifications even being found. Though it remains unclear whether Orchomenos or Thebes or another power ruled over these sites. Places like this are almost certainly where the elite grave goods of the palatial centres were channelled. Some of them preliminarily investigated. We can imagine the wealth coming into these locations from far away. In mythology, the region around Thebes had originally been inhabited by tribes known as the Ectines and the Hyantes, ruled over by a great king named Ogyges. In the wake of the king's death, an Achaean contingent arrived in the region, led by the Phoenician warlord Cadmus. Like so many before it and after, an origin story that may well have no truth in it whatsoever. Very much in the same tradition that other Greek progenitors like Pelops and Danaus stemmed from Asia Minor and Egypt respectively. Canaanite or not, Cadmus and his force defeated and expelled the Ectines. Cadmus erected a citadel soon after, which he named after himself. The city which grew up around the Cadmea being named apparently in honour of Zeus's consort, Thebe. In a myth that can eerily be somewhat matched to the archaeology, the city proper wasn't founded until the joint rulers Amphion and Zethus constructed the Theban walls in a future generation. According to the archaeology thus far carried out, Bronze Age Thebes arose to glory several centuries after Mycenae, generally considered the wellspring of Mycenaean culture. By the 16th century BC, early Mycenaean cemeteries were built on the surrounding hills of Agnia Anna Kolonaki, Castellion and Ismenios. Though the palace centre on the Cadmean Acropolis itself doesn't seem to have been constructed until around 2 centuries later, by which time Thebes became one of the largest palaces of all, important enough to be mentioned independently in inscriptions from Pharaonic Egypt. One of the most impressive of all monuments at Bronze Age Thebes, as usual, is the imposing chamber tomb built on the nearby Castellion Hill. Created by merging together 2 existing burial chambers into an impressive tomb, linked by a main passage 25 metres long. According to Pausanias, it had been built for the legendary Theban kings Eteocles and Polynices, the sons of the cursed Oedipus. According to the stories regaled in Athenian theatres, and before that the halls of archaic kings. After the grim truth of Oedipus's tale was revealed, he was blinded and exiled from the city. But not before he cursed his sons to die by each other's hand. The 2 brothers attempted to avoid the curse of their father by agreeing to switch who was on the throne each year. However, predictably, as Eteocles' first year came to an end, he refused to step down, instead expelling his brother from the kingdom. Travelling south to Argos, Polynices gathered support from the leaders of the Argives, thus invoking one of the most famous conflicts of ancient Greece, the War of the Seven against Thebes. perhaps the most famous tale before the Trojan War, though one that unfortunately is lost today. In the ensuing carnage, all 7 Argive leaders were killed, as well as both Polynices and Eteocles, who died by each other's hand, just as Oedipus had forsworn. And the chaos wasn't over yet. In a fresh bout of intergenerational violence, the war would be resumed by the children of the 7 slain Argives, marching to the Cadmea amidst the fury of vengeance. This new group of Argive champions, the Epigoni, numbering Diomedes of Tiryns among their ranks, proved more successful than their predecessors, ultimately overcoming the Theban defences and slaying the new ruler of the Cadmea, Laodamas, son of Eteocles. Just possibly in a half-remembered real situation of politicking manoeuvring by the rulers of the Argolid, they placed Polynices' son, Thersander, on the throne. Years later, when the Thebans joined the confederacy heading to the Trojan War, it was this same Thersander, apparently still friendly to Mycenae, whether a puppet ruler or not, who led them, contributing no less than 50 ships. Just like countless other heroes who set out to take war to Ilion, he would never return home. By that time, at the twilight of the Mycenaean age, just as it would for centuries to come, war again raged between Thebes and its greatest enemy of all. To the west of Thebes, draped along a mighty rocky outcrop, stood the other great power of Boeotia. Rival to Thebes in almost every way. At Orchomenos today, Hellenic walls crisscross the highest point of the Acropolis. Relic of the days of Alexander the Great, when the great rival Thebes was wiped off the map, giving final victory to the collaborationist citizens here. In truth, the hilltop is barely excavated. It may just have Mycenaean foundations too. The archaeology that has been carried out, underneath and adjacent to the modern town, suggests the main focus of the city in ancient days to have been spread across the lower hillside and down into the modern town. Orchomenos being one of those unusual places where the population today, just over 5,000, has not grown much since ancient times. It may well be similar to what it was in the Mycenaean past, or even a little smaller. Far away from the glitzy hotels and coachloads of tourists heading to relatively nearby Delphi, it would be fair to say that Orchomenos is not a tourist hub today. Here, like Thisbe, farming is the economy. Like many places in Greece, unemployment is rife. Closed down businesses lining the streets of the town centre, testament to the great turmoil ushered in after the financial crash of 2008. The people here have suffered a great deal. This is the real Greece. Astride the mighty theatre, excavated only recently in the 1970s, a perennial monument is to be seen. A structure that was never lost, being a focus of worship during the Hellenic Age, just as it is still venerated today. This is the so-called Treasury of Minyas. One of the greatest tholos tombs in all of Greece. Constructed between the 14th and 13th centuries BC, its 42-metre squared hall is 3.5 metres high, complete with elaborate decorations on the roofs of the chambers. Thought to have been painted with bright colours, it remains an exceptionally beautiful example of Mycenaean craftsmanship. Still immensely important as a sacred site when described in detail by Pausanias in the 2nd century AD. It had nevertheless already then been looted. By the time the tomb saw relatively modern excavation in the 1880s by Heinrich Schliemann, followed by more Germans in the early 20th century, a number of fascinating discoveries were made. Unlike most Mycenaean tholoi tombs, where multiple members of the ruling class were typically buried, the tomb of Orchomenos only seems to have held the remains of one individual, buried with various grave goods, just a handful of which were missed by the looters of antiquity. 10 pottery vessels sheathed in tin, a pair of bronze snaffle bits for horses, as well as a bow and arrows among them. Jewellery made of various precious materials, as well as seal stones and a signet ring, showing off a little of the wealth and prominence of the city. Always seen as a great power in the stories of classical Greece. For in mythology, just as in archaeology, the history of Orchomenos stretches far back beyond the presence of the Achaeans. Thought to have been the capital city of an indigenous group called the Minyans. The people of Orchomenos held the distinction of being acknowledged descendants of these supposedly pre-Hellenistic peoples that lived throughout the Aegean. The city was named after its eponymous founder, Orchomenos, himself a son of the unimaginatively named King Minyas, waging a famous perennial war for supremacy in Boeotia against Thebes. A struggle supposedly lasting for hundreds of years before the Trojan War. One of the quarrels saw Orchomenos' king, Clymenus, killed by the Thebans, who promoted his son and successor, Ageinus, to seek revenge. Soon enough, Ageinus marched on Thebes, inflicting a heavy defeat on the Cadmeans. As a result, he imposed a tribute of 100 oxen per year, a situation which lasted for many years. until the arrival of perhaps the most famous Greek hero of all. A nightmare for Orchomenos. For there isn't much to be done when a demigod arrives in your country to side with your enemy. When Heracles arrived in Boeotia, he led the Theban force to war, personally killing Erginus in combat and winning for himself ever-increasing fame. The tribute imposed on Orchomenos was double what they had asked from the Thebans. And so, the cycle continued. When it comes to archaeology here, a good deal has been carried out over the last century and a half since Schliemann's day. Just like the legends said, the city was indeed inhabited since ancient days. Impressive Neolithic remains having been found, as well as those of the early and middle Bronze Age. Like its neighbour Thebes, Orchomenos being a place with very real, immense antiquity. By the Middle and Late Bronze Age, apparently without a gap, or much of one at least, the city had grown significantly. One of the most significant archaeological finds on the site being the so-called minion ware. As was the tendency at the time, named for the mythological tale. A dark, burnished pottery style that flourished throughout central and southern Greece from around 2000 to 1550 BC. Unfortunately, like Thebes, most of the Bronze Age city of Orchomenos remains hidden beneath the modern town, allowing only occasional insights. In the early 1970s, however, came a huge breakthrough, when a Greek team under Theodore Spiropoulos uncovered not just the classical theatre, but a cemetery, as well as a jackpot they could scarcely have dreamed of. Directly underneath the outskirts of a medieval church, the palatial centre of the Mycenaean city. Comprising of 3 wings, walls covered with elaborate and majestic frescoes. The large 10-room palace, complete with central megaron complex, built by the 15th century BC, at the centre of the Acropolis, shows a place very much in the mainstream of Mycenaean society, and very much one of the greatest powers of all. Fortifications were also built around the perimeter of the settlement, believed to hold control of the immensely rich and fertile agricultural land to the east of the Copus Basin. Still some of the best land in Greece today, and mainstay of the modern economy. The one aspect which differed from most other Mycenaean settlements, however, is the lack of decorated Mycenaean-style pottery. Found in abundance at most sites, but largely not here. Though we can't say for sure the reason why this was the case, archaeologists have speculated for over a century on a local minion elite still being in charge of the palace. holding on to their own customs, despite being largely incorporated into the Mycenaean world. According to this theory, which is largely based on the listing of minions still supposedly being in charge of Orchomenos at the time of the Trojan War, the minions operated independently of Mycenaean influence when the foundations of the palace were first laid in the 17th century BC. Only over time, slowly adopting Mycenaean features, until they were largely indiscernible by the time of the Trojan War. And probably the 2 centuries before it. By the time the 2 minion princes, Ascalaphus and Iolkos, led their 30 ships to join the Achaean expedition against Troy, they left a rich landscape shaped to a remarkable degree by human hands. The plains of Boeotia having been given extra fertility with the successful draining of the Copis Lake and surrounding marshes. One of the great engineering projects of the Bronze Age world, still seen in numerous canals and earthworks which crisscross the wide open plains. Other settlements too are thought to have been under Orchomenon control. The cities of Aspledon and Acrophea. But most notable of all was the largest citadel in the entire Greek world. The greatest fortress the Mycenaeans ever built. Still immensely impressive today, and a total mystery. This is Glar. Of all the fortresses of the Bronze Age world, the citadels of the Cycladic Islands, the mighty hilltop lairs of the Argolid lords, the dusty tells of Asia Minor, and the forgotten fortresses of the Peloponnese, one alone towers above the rest, dwarfing the likes of Tiryns, Midea, and even Mycenae itself. It is the most mysterious, the least visited, and by far the largest of all. Nestled amidst farmland in the flat open plains between Thebes and Orchomenos, this is the citadel of Glar. At 10 times the size of any other Mycenaean settlement, its immense circuit of Cyclopean walls enclose an area of more than 20 hectares. The walls here are so great, in fact, at around 3 meters thick, built directly over the cliff in many places, that unlike most edifices from the ancient past, they have never been lost. Standing exactly where they are, above ground, for over 3,000 years. Glar has always been visible, requiring very little maintenance or reconstruction in modern times. yet, even though it survives so completely, it is a forgotten place. No definitive literary mentions exist from antiquity. And if you visit today, you'll likely have the entire place to yourself. It isn't even clear definitively who built it or why. As is often the case with Bronze Age Greece, this being an archaeological site with no story. Though, by purely looking at the land and the architecture itself, a basic picture can be hypothesized nonetheless. For the story gets even weirder. The fortified Acropolis at Glar, originally an island in a great expanse of salt marsh, overlooks one of the most sophisticated agricultural projects of its time. To the east of the rocky outcrop that would be chosen for the fortress, a vast lake stretched in ancient days. Bordered by boggy marshland, a haven for waterborne diseases like malaria, it seems many early attempts to drain the area had been undertaken. But at some point in the late 2nd millennium BC, the greatest of all would be carried out. The decision being made to drain the swamp entirely. In the ensuing project, which can still be seen today, in order to control the flow of water from the two surrounding rivers during flooding, an estimated 400 million cubic meters of stone and 200 million cubic meters of earth would be moved. A mighty stone-lined canal some 25 kilometers long would be dug at the very center of the system too, as well as a number of subsidiary canals and the ingenious incorporation of natural subterranean holes. Though we know nothing of who instigated the work, or whether they lived to see its completion. As a direct result of the project, the entire area was transformed into an immensely fertile plain. A breadbasket for central Greece and beyond. Source of great wealth and prosperity for the inhabitants of Boeotia. Speculations remain rife about whether such a gigantic undertaking could have been accomplished by one city alone, with certain scholars suggesting it could have been a joint effort between Orchomenos and Thebes. Perhaps, in fact, being allies in upholding their elite way of life. Our opinions on the two being clouded by later mythology. One strong argument is that according to the Archaeology, Glar seems to have been built at the same time as the major Mycenaean drainage efforts in around 1300 BC. Possibly the two being part of the same construction effort. The great canals being located just a kilometre north of the stronghold, which itself stands just 20 kilometres east of Orchomenos. If this is the case, it seems highly likely to have been masterminded by one of the cities alone. Given the geography, most scholars tend to assume Orchomenos. Like innumerable locations across Greece, the local people have long known the place as Paleocastro, meaning Old Castle. The ancient name for Glar remains entirely unknown. one we know today stems from the Ottoman era of just a few centuries ago, a Turkish word for tower. Though modern scholars have variously connected the place to Arne from the works of Homer, one of many Homeric sites never having been conclusively located. Although in reality, not even ancient writers were sure of Arne's location. Some even suggesting it having been swallowed by the lake. When excavations at Glar began, the picture only got stranger. Though the fortress had 4 large gateways, unusual in itself for a Mycenaean site, there are very few permanent buildings within the huge expanse enclosed within the walls. Particularly when compared to other far smaller settlements which tend to be completely filled with structures. The largest building of all, a central L-shaped complex located at the highest part of the limestone outcrop, was initially labelled by scholars as a palace. In particular, revealing several wonderfully preserved frescoes. Most famous of all being the Dolphins of Glar. Strangely reminiscent of Minoan styles from far-off Crete. Though it is important to remember that the sea is never far away. And yet, the so-called palace at Glar lacks most of the key features of a Mycenaean administrative centre, such as a throne room, pillared courtyard, and central hearth. Either these lie underground, still unexcavated somewhere else on the site, or more likely, it never had such features to begin with. To the south of the central complex, 2 other large building groups have been investigated. Their functions remaining equally puzzling. Separated by a wall, with a long corridor connecting them with the structures to their north. The outlines and foundations of many other more temporary structures have been located all over the citadel. Though for the most part, it seems to have remained bare, rocky ground. Perhaps even similar to the way it appears today. It remains possible that Glar could have been utilised as a military stronghold in order to protect the area, allowing for the gathering of a large army, including chariots and grazing grounds for horses. Perhaps acting as another heavily fortified palace centre in western Boeotia, in order to further secure the region. Much like the lords of Mycenae seem to have held Tiryns right next to their main stronghold in the Argolid. Another theory, however, which could work alongside the military suggestion, is backed by archaeology. The discovery of large amounts of carbonised grain, suggesting extensive storage complexes to have once existed on the hilltop, promoting the suggestion of Glar as a storage centre and stockpile for food, as well as protection for farmers on the frontier in the event of an enemy attack. Perhaps from Thebes, which may have been common. And yet, all we know definitively of Glar is that in terms of its sheer size and scale, its fortifications remain unmatched, even by Mycenae itself. whether its very few buildings were palatial structures, storage units, or military barracks. For now, Glar keeps its secrets. Though it remains one of the most fascinating of all Mycenaean sites. Now, we must turn to one of the other most mysterious and myth-laden settlements at the northeastern frontier. Homeland of Jason and the Golden Fleece. When the first farmers arrived on the Greek mainland, heading across the Aegean from Anatolia, long before the Mycenaean age, in the 7th millennium BC, they made their homes on hilltops, making their way gradually inland and southwards. We can still see their settlements today, in the immense mounds of mud brick refuse known as tells they left behind. Tracing their path backwards all the way across Asia Minor to the Fertile Crescent from whence they came. The earliest so far investigated, and a monster in terms of its size, potentially housing as many as 5 or even 10,000 in its prime, is at Sesklo, not far from the coast in the modern-day province of Thessaly. A large town of the Anatolian model, seen previously at contemporary sites like Çatalhöyük. Soon enough, Sesklo was succeeded by another town nearby, of similar size and importance. We know it today as Dimini. As Sesklo waned, Dimini grew larger, remaining in use throughout the Neolithic, and even into the Bronze Age. Then came a brief lull in activity, but all of a sudden, Mycenaean tombs were built directly into the tell, perhaps with crumbling buildings still visible above, surely surmising the place to have been built by their own ancestors, or at least laying claim to a very ancient tradition. Though the region is known as Thessaly today, a name dating from the post-Mycenaean age from Epirot tribes said to have conquered the region during the Dark Age. Originally, its inhabitants were known as Aeolians, speakers of Aeolic Greek, a dialect which persisted into later times. Ultimately, also being applied to the inhabitants of not just Thessaly, but Boeotia, the island of Lesbos, and the Aeolian Greek colonies of Asia Minor, hinting at long-held links across the Black Sea to distant Colchis beyond. In modern-day Georgia. Archaeologically speaking, a land of gold, perhaps part of the inspiration for the legend of the Golden Fleece. still one of the most important regions in Greece today. The modern city of Volos lies just next to Dimini, overlooking a great wide natural harbour in the Pagasetic Gulf. This large modern town came about when a number of ancient cities joined up. Demetrius, Pagasae, and Iolkos. It is a place of many ruins. Not just from the Neolithic and the Classical Age, but Mycenaean too. More than most places in Greece, scattered all across this landscape. A time when it had a different name, famous in myth, classic cinema, and modern video games alike, still remembered here today. For this was Iolkos, mythical homeland of Jason and the Argonauts. Son of the deposed king Aeson, Jason's quest to the far side of the Black Sea to retrieve the Golden Fleece from far-off Colchis remains one of the great stories of the Greek world. Sailing at the head of the legendary band of seafarers known as the Argonauts. Like all the best stories, the tale continues to grow in the telling, featuring prominently in Hellenic art and literature, and now in worldwide media. Named for their ship, the Argo, after a wild series of adventures that may or may not have been partly based on real voyages of Mycenaean mariners. Jason succeeded in acquiring the gold, as well as the hand of the king of Colchis' daughter, with whom he returned home to rule. Before, as usually happens with Greek stories, everything took a dark and tragic turn. Midea slaughtering the children she had borne to Jason. In Homer's catalogue of ships from the Iliad, a number of tribes from Aeolis are said to have fought on the side of the Achaeans. The Ainanians, Lapiths, and Perabi among them. Before them, Pelasgians were also reported to have called the place home, until they were defeated and cast out by Achaean colonists, who would found many sites in Thessaly. Because, besides its fame in myth, Iolkos was just one settlement among many. Generations later, by the time of the Trojan War, it was Eumelus of nearby Pherae who led the contingent of 11 ships. Manned by soldiers from his native Pherae, as well as Bibi, Glaphyrae, and Iolkos. The Acropolis of Pherae, once mighty in its day, can still be visited. Standing next to a vast Neolithic mound, though both remain little visited and relatively unknown. Though the precise location of Jason's Iolkos has never been definitively located, a number of viable candidates exist. At Dimini, a substantial palatial centre has been excavated over the last 2 decades. thought to have been constructed by the 15th century BC. It was medium-sized, perhaps serving as the first foothold in the region. Though with all the standard megaron and even Linear B records of a Mycenaean site, suggesting an important place. The many other settlements around the area, perhaps suggesting the gradual subjugation of Aeolis under the Mycenaean cultural sphere. In the second half of the 14th century BC, a Tholos tomb would be built at Dimini, followed by yet another, one digging directly into the Neolithic mound. The nobility here being interred alongside jewellery and items of gold and ivory, as well as finely decorated weapons of bronze. But there are other candidates too. To the western side of Volos, the mound of Castro Pelea looms. The site of a Bronze Age settlement, a Mycenaean palace complex, and several well-preserved Linear B tablets. And of course, there is Pherae too, with its largely hidden Mycenaean acropolis underlying classical remains. What remains clear is that those situated at the very edge of the Mycenaean world, likely controlling the northern boundary with the so-called barbarians beyond. Iolkos was well connected by the sea. The port of Passagai, connecting it to the wider world through the Passagatic Gulf, and great riches beyond. Unlike Pherae, which remains obscure, known only by specialists and locals, there were, of course, many other, much more famous Greek cities with far older Bronze Age foundations. Of all the castles in Greece, mighty medieval fortresses of the Eastern Romans, Franks, Venetians, and Ottomans, one alone towers above the rest, both figuratively and geographically. When entering the Peloponnese across the Corinth Canal, itself a marvel of engineering, only finally completed in the 19th century, after millennia of trying, the Acro-Corinth looms above. So ridiculously high, you can see it from practically everywhere in this corner of Greece. With its own water supply and immense natural defences, as well as man-made bastions built up over thousands of years. The Acro-Corinth is often considered the greatest fortress in all Greece. After all, it's been used as a last line of defence after invasions into the Peloponnese, time and time again over the centuries. Continuously occupied since the Archaic era, just following the Dark Age of sub-Mycenaean Greece. Though much of the earliest habitation at the site is obscured by layer upon layer of history, all the way to the 19th century. Underneath it all, in blocks of Cyclopean masonry and in myth, there are hints of the Mycenaean age. According to the ancient tradition, Corinth was originally called Ephyria, named so after the goddess Ephyria, a daughter of the Titan Oceanus. The founding king of Ephyria was Sisyphus, who, according to the legend, managed to cheat death twice. For this, he was punished by Hades, sentenced to continuously roll a boulder up a mighty pillar of rock, only for it to roll back down every single day. A sequence that would be repeated for eternity. Events suggested by some ancient writers to have taken place here at the Acrocorinth. Another tale of the Age of Heroes related a dispute between the gods of the sea and the sun. The ultimate verdict being that the Acrocorinth belonged to the sun god Helios, whereas the lowland settlement of the Isthmus, where the main ancient city lay, belonged to Poseidon. Corinth is also notable for being the homeland of the famed hero Bellerophon, monster hunter and rider of the winged Pegasus, who visited King Pythias at Troezen. One of the largest and most important cities of ancient Greece, with a population nearing 100,000 when it was finally destroyed by the Romans in 146 BC. The archaeology of Corinth has been closely investigated since the 1890s, revealing Neolithic pottery from as early as 6,500 BC, and verifiable evidence of permanent habitation from as early as 3000 BC. Mycenaean remains on the Acrocorinth, dug since 1926, remain largely hypothetical, only yet seen in chance finds of pottery, and potentially in Bronze Age fortifications. The lowland area, however, nearer to the sea, has revealed a modest Mycenaean settlement. Perhaps not in fact independent, but under the sway of larger powers for much of its history. Of course, during the Trojan War, Corinth, or Ephyria as it is sometimes known, was reported to be a part of the realm directly governed by Agamemnon of Mycenae, without a separate general of its own. The Isthmus of Corinth clearly being a strategically important place that needed to be held directly by the Argolid. Much like castles in the later medieval age, and like many other areas of Mycenaean Greece, the main palace centres, establishing numerous smaller outposts and towns to oversee peripheral areas and serve as support to the larger citadels. There are strong hints at some of these smaller settlements of once held independence of their own, before being swallowed up by the larger powers. In myth, very few had stronger claims to a long and venerable history of independence than Sicyon. In the northern half of the Peloponnese, immense mountain chains rise, mist clouds churning down the green hillsides. Verdant valleys sprawl, past oak-covered gullies. This is Arcadia, homeland of the centaurs. It is a land awash with myth and a mysterious, largely unknown past. Archaeologically speaking, this is one of the least explored areas in all of Greece. Keep heading north past the rolling foothills, and you'll reach the area known in antiquity as Achaea. Supposedly named for the inhabitants of the Argolid who migrated here to colonise the area after the chaos of the Bronze Age collapse. Perhaps taking to the mountains after being displaced by their own territory in the lowlands. Heading north through picturesque valleys, down to the gulfs of Corinth and Calydon, past some of the most beautiful landscapes found anywhere. Here is where most of the verifiable archaeology of this region is to be found. Relatively sheltered between the mountains and the sea, one site above all is famous. Renowned for its contributions to art and literature during the classical world. At Sicyon, the long list of famous inhabitants is far too lengthy to recite. And as far as the ancient Greeks were concerned, the place had an unusually deep history too. Long associated with the mythical Mycenae. The place was often described by ancient writers as a seat of the gods. Thought to have been involved with the exploits of the Titan Prometheus, who first gifted fire to man from the heavens. It was also reckoned the very place the brother gods Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades drew lots to decide which realms of the world they would govern. Reportedly, even older than Argos itself. A phrase often assumed in classical times to mean the entire Bronze Age Argolid. Sicyon's first king, Aegialeus, who gave his name to the inhabitants of the region, the Aegialians, was once thought to have predated practically all other royal families of the Age of Heroes. Most interesting of all, perhaps, according to the historian Eusebius, who likely drew on long-lasting oral traditions and seams of otherwise lost stories, in an unusually rich and detailed list of mythological rulers. Sicyon was ruled by no less than 24 kings, all of whom are named. Then, subsequently, by a line of 7 priests of Apollo, all before the place was ultimately subjugated by and incorporated into the realm of Mycenae. Because just like Corinth, by the time of the Trojan War, Sicyon had no independent general. its warriors fighting in the contingent of Agamemnon. If Mycenaean Sicyon did exist, it was a modest place, likely dominated by Mycenae in its final centuries. In a direct opposite situation to Glar then, Sicyon enjoys an unusually illustrious and rich mythology, with very little corresponding archaeology to speak of. Mycenaean artifacts have been found, but definitive evidence of a Bronze Age town remains ever elusive. With no evidence of an elite class even, or a central administrative stronghold. There are places, however, not too far away, that do have significant Mycenaean remains. Around halfway between Corinth and the edge of Achaea, atop a mighty mountain peak, this is the ancient city of Epidaurus. Down by the water, sunken remains are to be found, testament to the spreading tectonic rift of the Gulf of Corinth, which claimed them long ago. On high ground over the modern town, an ancient theatre clearly shows where the classical city was. Way up high to protect it from attack. But even higher still, on the very peak of the mountain, are the remains of the Mycenaean stronghold. In the works of Homer, we're told that both eastern Achaea and Corinth were administered directly by Agamemnon and his Mycenaean state, provinces of his ever-expanding kingdom. Indeed, like Sicyon, very little evidence has been found for elites here at Epidaurus. The lack of tombs to correspond to the citadel and its surrounding land of Agileios, having led to the idea that after the decline of the island of Aegina by the Middle Bronze Age, which previously had dominated these regions, the rise of Mycenae continued to stunt the growth of local elites and development of a complex, top-heavy society. An expansion we can arguably see emanating out from Mycenae to encompass sites like Zygores and Nemea, and beyond during the beginning of the Late Bronze Age. First dominated by the island of Aegina then, Corinthia and likely Aegialos beyond now found themselves subject to the power of the Argolis, which had come to have a monopoly over the major international channels of trade. During the late Helladic 1 to 3 periods, just a handful of Mycenaean chiefly families rising above their countrymen to establish palatial centres. Rather than the outright political master per se over its dependent peripheral regions, however, Mycenae should arguably be seen as a bottleneck of international trade, and the wealth that flowed in with it from abroad, both preventing the full-scale development of losing sites like Epidaurus, which had little access to the wider world, and indirectly affecting its political development to be in thrall to the wealthier power. Tied to Mycenae and the wealth and power it offered to ambitious Epidaurians. But when Mycenae fell, those ambitious individuals at sites like Epidaurus would be free to go their own way once again. growing their power centre in size, building elaborate fortifications, and perhaps even going to war against the remnants of Mycenae itself, or launching raids further afield. There is even an argument favoured by English archaeologist Andrew Sherratt that Mycenaeans were in fact incapable of creating full-scale territorial states, existing rather in small communities that supervised and exploited segments within wider networks of long-distance trade routes, some being way more lucrative than others. It's possible that regions without obvious elites like Eastern Achaea may have simply not centralised their economic activities, existing in a more typical type of society than the centralising, highly unusual experiments undertaken at the palatial centres. Further to the west, across the Gulf of Corinth, beyond the direct control of Mycenae, not only are wealthy tombs to be found, but another trade route, this one to Italy and the Western Mediterranean. In the far northwestern corner of the Peloponnese, marshlands stretch and jagged cliff tops rise above. Astride one of those rocky outcrops, looming over the Prokopos lagoon, stands an ancient fortress. One of the most impressive ancient acropolises in all of Greece. Utilised both as a medieval fortress and a World War II military base. This is the Wall of Demaeon, named after the nearby Hellenistic city of Dyme. Archaeology tells us the stronghold was in reality occupied as early as the 4th millennium BC. By around 1300 BC, however, an impressive fortress was built here by a local power, resulting in the immaculately well-preserved Cyclopean walls we still see today. Just who built the place remains a mystery. Mostly forgotten today, the political organisation and settlement patterns of this region largely having been neglected in favour of more famous sites. Like Eastern Achaea, Western Achaea too remains far from well understood. What we do know suggests that the Acropolis here, rather than a permanent settlement ruled by a palatial elite as was once suggested, may have been more like Glar or the Crisa fortifications by Delphi. A major fortress used to control the population on the adjacent plain, as well as trade routes on the Ionian Sea. Once suggested to have been built by Pylos or even Mycenae, these ideas too are likely incorrect. Interesting developments in the last few decades alone may suggest the original ideas of outside control from different regions may have been wildly exaggerated. The Wall of Demaeon may have been controlled by a nearby power after all. Its centre perhaps lying underneath the modern city of Patras, the third largest in all of Greece. Now home to well over 200,000 people. Here, at a number of sites in the Patras area, though perhaps most notably at the cemetery of Voudini, a large number of wealthy elite tombs have been located and investigated at a site actively used between around 1500 and 1000 BC. Also showing hints of a much larger adjacent settlement. Still a gateway to Italy today. Particularly toward the end of the Bronze Age, this was to become a bastion of trade power. With vigorous mercantile links to the Western Mediterranean being demonstrated by a large amount of finds, including the distinctive now two swords associated with the end of the Bronze Age, and sometimes the Sea Peoples. Of particular interest are rare items originating from northern Italy and as far away as Central Europe. Found in the late Helladic 3A tomb of Monodendri. Perhaps, like Mycenae for the Argolis, Pylos for Mycenae, and Thebes for Locris, Patras could have been a redistribution centre for Western Achaea. Just maybe the centre of a palatial complex that lies underneath the medieval and modern cities. With the Demean Wall, perhaps we are looking at Glar, if Orchomenos was lost in time. As far as the idea of lost power centres goes, our next port of call must surely be the most prominent of all. Out on the wild west of the Greek world, clearly visible from the Demean Wall, the island of Ithaka straddles the stepstones of the Ionian Sea. Purported homeland to one of the most famous mythic heroes of all, whose kingdom has never definitively been found. All the ancient writers agree. This was the realm of Odysseus. When Heinrich Schliemann first presented his firmly held convictions to the world in the 1870s, that the heroes of the Trojan War were not, in fact, pure myth, but real people of flesh and blood, who'd inhabited genuine places that could still be found. The vast majority of scholars and readers alike looked on with scepticism and disdain. And yet, sure enough, as the years went by, ever stranger similarities with the myths in archaeology, and even in the written archive of the Hittite palatial system, continued to lend weight to his hypotheses. If not, his often destructive methods of excavation. First Mycenae, then Troy, Pylos, Sparta, and Thebes were pinpointed as likely locations for the mythic tales. Today, the list grows ever longer. One, though, since the very first known attempts to track it down, all the way back in the 3rd century BC, has thus far eluded everyone. The homeland of perhaps the most famous Homeric hero of all. The one to give Homer's sequel to the Trojan War its name: Odysseus. Though more outlandish commenters have sought to place Odysseus's realm of Ithaca, and even Troy, well outside of the Aegean, in Italy, or even Britain, based on the literary evidence of Homer and the known archaeology of Bronze Age Greece, Odysseus's power base is most widely assumed to have been located on an island off the northwest coast of the Greek mainland. And yet, despite more than 2,000 years of trying, it is still by no means definitively located. In the 3rd century BC, Eratosthenes, the famous philosopher and chief librarian at the Great Library of Alexandria, was known to have speculated on the location of Ithaca. His conclusions not being too dissimilar to those most recently put forward just in the 21st century. Likewise, after a number of other speculations by ancient writers, Roman historian Strabo gave it his best attempt. By the 19th century, some 1800 years later, the likes of William Gell, William Leake, and Schliemann's colleague and successor Wilhelm Dörpfeld would all do the same. As far as these scholars of the Gilded Age were concerned, the latter actually carrying out several archaeological investigations at various locations too. Ithaca lay in plain sight, located or on nearby Ithaki Island, which still bears a variation of the name Ithaca today. More recently, other writers have hypothesized the nearby islands of Kephallonia and Vathi as equally valid hypotheses. As Dörpfeld clearly demonstrated, lands of very real Bronze Age archaeology, with many sites showing an abundance of Mycenaean remains. The largest of the islands, Kephallonia, has a remarkable archaeology, with a story going back more than 40,000 years, deep into the Paleolithic past. With a population today of over 35,000, it is the most densely populated of the islands, with an abundance of Roman remains stressing its importance in antiquity too. The population was much higher in the past, having steadily declined since the 1800s. A disastrous earthquake in 1953 was the final end for a good deal of its people. Some doing what their ancestors may have also done in hard times. Moving on. Like many islanders, ever focused on their own past, perhaps the most prosperous era of all was the Mycenaean Age. The mighty Tholos tomb excavated by Lazarus Kolonas in 1991 at Poros on the southeast of the island, being the largest ever discovered in northwest Greece. A tomb very much fit for a king. Built in around 1300 BC, more or less the time of the Trojan War. Though a corresponding town has so far eluded archaeologists. Most recently, the northwestern region of Paliki, now a peninsula, has been suggested as Ithaka by authors such as Robert Bittlestone. Based on the writings of Strabo and on geological research, in the late Bronze Age, this location is thought to have been an island. Unfortunately, the 3-year dig that followed in 2007 came up with inconclusive results. Discovering the remains of a settlement at Paliki thus remains but a possibility for future archaeologists. Finally, we have the island of Ithaka itself. With a tiny population of less than 3,000, it is the second smallest of the 7 main Ionian islands. Inhabited since at least the 4th millennium BC, based largely on the name of the island, remaining apparently unchanged since ancient times, Ithaka has long been the favoured candidate for the location of Odysseus' capital. And of course, largely invisible perhaps to ancient scholars, today we have a good deal of archaeology to back up the written arguments. Oral traditions, most obviously resulting in Homer's Odyssey, claim Ithaka as one of the foremost Greek powers in the Age of Heroes. Its access to the sea being the facet that gave it its influence and reputation. As a home to able seafarers, navigators, and explorers. Since the first excavations in the early 20th century though, a great palatial complex has thus far eluded scholars. The island is nonetheless unique, possessing remains from all periods of prehistoric archaeology since the Neolithic. Notably, traces of walls, roads and buildings being found from as early as the early Helladic, in the 3rd millennium BC. By the Mycenaean era, all these developments would coalesce into a flourishing society. Most obviously seen at the remains of Loisos cave in Polis, and at Aitos, where a good deal of Mycenaean evidence is followed by that of the Geometric Age. If Odysseus' palace ever really did exist, it has thus far defied discovery. Like the location of Agade and the decipherment of the Indus Valley script, remaining one of the great mysteries of prehistoric archaeology, and a wellspring for books and documentaries. It is a secret that may well be unlocked by future generations. Though long considered a backwater of ancient Greece, on the barbarian fringe, a border people depicted very differently to the heavily armoured Mycenaeans in surviving art. The rough, mountainous terrain of Epirus is unique in a number of ways, and though rarely excavated, it very much has Mycenaean remains of its own. Up here, in the most northwesterly corner of the Greek mainland, It may even be the very place the ancestors of the Mycenaeans, and later still their Dorian cousins, first spread forth. Prehistoric tumuli here having interesting similarities with the shaft tombs that followed them. During ancient times, Epirus was often considered to be the original homeland of the Proto-Greeks, just as certain modern scholars continue to argue today. A base from which, chariot riding, they, or at least small groups of their elites, would spread across the Greek mainland during the early or middle Helladic periods of the Bronze Age. There being no consensus on the dating, just as opinion is split as to the extent such a population movement ever even took place. And yet, when it comes to the Mycenaean era, Epirus is often overlooked or ignored entirely by scholars, due to it being far away from any known events or large sites. But there was a very real presence, particularly when it came to the divine. Often considered to be the oldest in all of Greece, the ruins at Dodona once made up a major religious sanctuary to Zeus, the king of the gods, whose home at Mount Olympus isn't too far away. An Indo-European sky god thought to extend far back into the Mycenaean age, and even before. Dodona's prestige even carried forwards into the post-Mycenaean age, when it was second only to the great oracle at Delphi itself, spiritual centre of the Greek world. And like Delphi in the archaic and classical ages to come, from as early as the 14th century BC, sacred offerings were brought to Dodona. Offerings that can be seen in archaeology as well as in myth. For this was the place the legendary son of Zeus, Perseus, was said to have come from the island of Seriphos to seek advice, before embarking on his quest to slay the dangerous Gorgon, Medusa. And far from just the sanctuary at Dodona, where an ancient grove of oak trees was said to speak to travellers from afar, Mycenaean artefacts and other traits of their culture were present throughout Epirus, along the coasts, and even deep into the hinterlands, populated by sheep and goat herders on high hillsides. Although very rural in character, with few urban settlements to speak of, the entire region displays Mycenaean characteristics. Perhaps most notable of all, along the coast near the site of Toryne, a Mycenaean tholos tomb was built. The most notable evidence of Achaean influence here. The tomb was small, with a passage just 4 meters long and 1 meter wide. Likewise with a chamber about 4 meters in diameter, its height being roughly the same. The mighty tombs of the south and east in miniature. Reflecting the relative lack of wealth on this coastline compared to the east. with its much more lucrative trade routes to draw from. Both regions otherwise being relatively similar in terms of natural resources. It is a useful illustration of just how much geographical location could have a huge impact on the development of a region. The exact extent to which Mycenaean kings held sway over Epirus remains unclear. After all, the region was relatively inaccessible and sparsely populated by various Hellenic tribes that did not necessarily bow down to the rulers of the Peloponnese. In much the same way, the Macedon which ultimately brought forth Alexander the Great was looked down on in the early centuries of the classical world. The extent to which the peoples of the south and east would have even viewed the Epirots as Greek remains debatable. Perhaps unsurprisingly, out here on the fringe, during the Trojan War, Epirus was absent, its only connection to events coming after the war itself, when Achilles' son Neoptolemus reportedly arrived to the area to become ruler of the tribe known as the Mycenaeans. At some point after, during the so-called Dark Age that followed, the legendary Dorians supposedly having led their invasion against the previously Mycenaean regions of Greece. Just maybe stemming from Epirus. Now we must turn to the very opposite side of the Hellenistic world, to islanders of immense antiquity, city builders already for thousands of years, to whom all mainlanders were newcomers of the barbarian fringe. The Cycladic Islands are some of the most iconic destinations in the entire Mediterranean. With a longer history than almost anywhere else in that great foundational sea. On Melos, some of the first obsidian was traded internationally, way back in the early Neolithic. And before, as early as 13,000 BC, at the end of the last glacial period of the Ice Age, giving some hint of the immense antiquity of seafaring in this part of the world. Later still, Neolithic settlements are found all over the islands. And finally, by the 2nd millennium BC, the immense cities of Philokopi and Akrotiri became some of the largest and most advanced Bronze Age cities in the world. At the very centre of that windy chain of islands lies Mykonos. With very little water being naturally available here, this rocky pile of boulders shouldn't have anywhere near as many inhabitants as it does today. Unsustainably brought in by the extravagant nightlife and wild party scene of the last century. Before the arrival of the first Bohemians in the 1950s, and the immense changes over the last 60 years or so, Mykonos was a harsh land, populated by dour fisher folk. For the ancient Greeks, The neighbouring island of Delos, uninhabited today, was the great population centre, holding many tens of thousands in its prime. Mykonos was a land of myth, where the titans and gods had fought their great battle for the heavens. The famed son of Zeus, Heracles, hurling rocks back and forth in that legendary cataclysmic war. The name itself stems from one of those half-god titans still said to be buried here. On a windswept bay jutting out to the north, a Neolithic settlement can still be seen today. And though radiocarbon dating in the 90s placed its abandonment way back in the 5th millennium BC, in local tradition, Photelia was the tumulus of a later age, said to have been the resting place for one of the mighty heroes of the Trojan War. Just as Homer himself is said to have been buried on nearby Ios. In ancient times, the tomb of Ajax the Lesser was a tourist destination. We can't be sure of any truth in these tales, unfortunately, there being a very real incentive to lure patrons in during the ancient world, just as there is today. But one place on Mykonos, only discovered relatively recently at around the same time as Photelia in the 1990s, and bringing in a very different sort of traveller to the usual visitors to the island, is very real evidence of the importance of Mykonos in the Mycenaean age. Based on a few references found online and a brief sentence or two in a guidebook, I arrived in the spring of 2022. The first staff member I spoke to disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, on entering the grounds, a second hotel worker enthusiastically agreed to take me to the tomb. She had some interest and knowledge of the place. And yet, I seem to have been the only visitor in a long time. As far as I'm aware, the tomb features on no itineraries of the island. There is almost no record of its existence, let alone funding, which generally goes to sites of the later classical age. Nevertheless, that Tholos tomb speaks of the immense importance of the Cyclades in the Bronze Age world. And there is much more, tracing a uniquely complex history deep into the early Bronze Age and the Stone Age before. By the late 4th millennium BC, as the Neolithic transitioned into the early Bronze Age with the arrival of metalworking on the islands, small fishing and agricultural communities with wide-reaching links across the sea began to develop a distinct culture of their own. Chief among them being the sites of Grotta on Naxos and Pelos on Milos. A number of interlinked communities developed, not run by a centralised system or capital city, but sharing the same customs, culture, and perhaps religion. one of the most recognisable traits, of course, being the marble figurines. At first made in abstract shapes and thought to have been covered in elaborate paint, over time they took on more standardised, human-like forms. By the early 3rd millennium BC, the Cycladians began establishing larger settlements, some of the most notable being on the islands of Syros and Naxos, as well as the important religious centre of Keros and its adjacent settlement at Daskalio. With trade established all across the Aegean by the middle of the millennium, and art among its most valued commodities, Cycladic civilization reached the very peak of its prosperity. Besides the famous marble figurines, some of the most well-known Cycladic products were the so-called frying pans, flat skillet-like artefacts generally made of earthenware or stone, and decorated with elaborate symbols and pictures. Their purpose remains largely a mystery. One possible explanation being an early form of mirror when filled with water, likely suffused with symbolic or religious meaning. Ideas of their purpose ranging from fertility trackers to miniature portals used to contact gods or ancestors to ask for aid on long or dangerous sea voyages. During this era, metal also became widespread across the islands. Grave goods including bronze daggers, as well as chisels, tweezers, and fish hooks. Being the first culture that had advanced to such an extent in the entire Mediterranean, the vast influence of the Cycladians on their neighbours cannot be overstated. With Cycladic idols found all over the seacoast of the Greek mainland, along with hints of actual settlement too. To the south, another group of neighbours were the emerging Minoans of Crete, one of the largest islands in the Mediterranean. By the early Palatial period in the later 3rd millennium BC, Minoans were importing large quantities of Cycladic artefacts, with Minoan artisans often imitating the Cycladic art style. Perhaps with some settlements or colonies too. Generally considered a peaceful civilization, the scattered nature of the Cyclades meant that even if they had wanted to, the ancient seafarers who lived there likely did not have the means or the numbers to engage in significant hostilities against neighbours. Their chief focus, instead, being trade and culture. However, just like almost everywhere else in the Bronze Age, the central buildings at Cycladian settlements, as well as general complex development, does suggest control by an emerging upper class. Perhaps originating as merchants and sailors. Having power over the distribution of goods. Probably also controlling religious life too. Whereas the majority of the population, consisting of farmers and fishermen, may have rarely, if ever, left their home islands. by around 2300 BC, as turbulence and instability swept across the Aegean. The final Cycladic period began. Perhaps partly as a result of the widespread appearance of bronze in the region, which made more high-quality weapons accessible than ever before. Warfare became common, perhaps for the first time. With many emerging powers not hesitating to further their strength through conquest. This threat of war resulted in the consolidation of Cycladic habitation, with many settlements being abandoned, others seeing expansion and fortification. The main threat, it seems, came from Anatolia. And many Cycladic settlements began to resemble already fortified sites found there, such as at Limontepe and Polyokne just off the coast. Their culture beginning to change too, with advances made to the east in the central Anatolian trade network. Such was the case with the small, heavily fortified sites of Castri on Syros and Panormos on Naxos, both ultimately being destroyed in fiery conflagrations before the end of the millennium. Material culture such as pottery, as well as the style of fortifications at such sites, resembled those at Limontepe on the Anatolian coast, leading scholars to label it as something new, the Castri culture. This was the end of the golden age of Cycladic civilization. Just as it looked like the Cyclades might become an extension of Asia Minor, another rising power made itself known. By the time societies normalized again by the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, the Minoans of Crete were so powerful that they took nearly the entire Aegean under their sway. Just like their predecessors, engaged in trade all across the Aegean, the Minoans took it further, having verifiable links all across the wider Mediterranean, including the venerable powerhouse of Egypt, creating a wealthy and sophisticated society, controlled by vast so-called palatial centres. To put the later Mycenaean centres to shame. A culture then still very much emerging on the mainland. At the sprawling metropolis of Akrotiri on Santorini, the new Cretan hegemony can most obviously be seen. Elaborate multi-storey townhouses and beautiful frescoes demonstrating the wealth and power of the place. Home to as many as 50,000 people, perhaps ruling over the rest of the Cyclades from around 1900 to 1530 BC. But then, all of a sudden, something terrible took place. For like the city of Pompeii, to which it is often compared, Akrotiri only survives to such a remarkably preserved extent due to its total encasement in volcanic ash. According to radiocarbon evidence, sometime between around 1620 and 1530 BC, a singular event took place that would irrevocably alter the fate of not only the Cyclades, but mainland Greece and the entire Aegean world. Not just the volcano of Thera exploded, but the entire island. Leaving a jagged crater still very much visible today. In one of the greatest volcanic eruptions the human race has ever seen, not just the city of Akrotiri, but innumerable other settlements were wiped out. Overnight, Minoan infrastructure in the Cyclades virtually ceased to exist. Their mighty fleet that had controlled the seas to such an extent that walls were not necessary, wiped out by vast tidal waves seen in the archaeological record on Crete at sites like Paleocastro. Trade networks and economy of the palatial centres decimated. On the mainland, meanwhile, seemingly blessed by the gods, their own burgeoning navies protected by distance and the intricacies of geography, now would be the time of the previously backward chariot lords to shine. Rising power of the Mycenaeans setting forth to a collision course with the downward spiral of Minos. Though the Minoan settlement of Akrotiri would never again be rebuilt, on Melos, the city of Philokopi arguably enters its most glorious phase in the second half of the 2nd millennium BC. Seen in the Cyclopean masonry and artifacts left behind. Ruled over now, it seems, by incoming elites originating on the mainland. Likewise on Sifnos, the great citadel of Achios Andreas, a match for most of the Mycenaean citadels of the Peloponnese, still impresses today with the well-built masonry of its mighty walls. Tinos and Delos too became influential centres of Mycenaean culture. The latter likely remembered in its association with the birth of the god twins Apollo and Artemis. Perhaps most important of all, however, was the island of Naxos. A world in itself. Still today, the beating heart of the islands and most populated land. Heading towards the mountains of the interior, at the temple of Dionysus at Iria, a figure long associated with the legend of Theseus as having become entangled with Minos' daughter after their breaking apart, an open-air Mycenaean sanctuary dating to around 1300 BC has been discovered. A place of sacrifices and revelry in the natural world. The sanctuary at Iria gives fascinating insights into the shape of Mycenaean religion, argued by many to be a direct predecessor to the later somewhat standardized pantheon of Olympian gods. Zeus, Hera, and many of the others having direct predecessors that can be seen on pottery and artwork. In order to look for the best evidence of all of Mycenaean occupation in the Cyclades, however, we must look to the most inhabited corner of Naxos, just as it was in ancient times. For at Grotta, beneath the main chora of the island, overlooked by a Venetian-era citadel, a vast city of the Mycenaeans once stood. Evidenced by occasional digs over the last 100 years, whenever the opportunity arises. Large Cyclopean walls having been uncovered, in addition to houses and a large amount of artifacts. Like all Mycenaean power centres, just outside town, 2 large cemeteries have been excavated, mostly having collapsed in on themselves since antiquity. They nonetheless revealed evidence of a wealthy, horse-riding Mycenaean elite. Also continuing to a certain extent to be uniquely Naxian too. Most fascinating of all, however, is the ruins that lie just offshore at Grotta Beach. Only visible at certain times of the day. In low tide and when the punishing Cycladic winds allow it. Here, like nowhere else, a glimpse into the ancient city can be given. If you want to learn more about the fascinating history and archaeology of Naxos, here's a free Substack article I wrote on the subject. Amazingly, unlike most Mycenaean centres, Grotta seems to have survived the Bronze Age collapse, continuing on into the Archaic period, though retreating inland to the higher ground above, where some archaeologists have speculated the Mycenaean citadel may have stood, though archaeology remains blocked by the much later Venetian castle. Just as the Victorians of Schliemann's age continued to do so, the inhabitants of the geometric and archaic age on Naxos worshipped their predecessors of the Age of Heroes. And during that vaunted age of expansion, in the days before the collapse, just like the Cycladic Islanders before them, and the Minoans too, Mycenaean seafarers seemingly made it far across the sea, to the shores of Anatolia and beyond, to found settlements and polities, evidenced by literary sources outside of the Greek world, with eerie similarities to the myth of the Trojan War. For now we enter the realm of one of the great powers of the Near Eastern Bronze Age world, the Hittite Empire. Just as it has for millennia, the Meander River cuts a winding path along the plains and valleys of Western Asia Minor. An ancient highway, pinpricked by powerful cities. From medieval times, all the way back to the Bronze Age. The so-called Great Caravan Route passing through here across the vast peninsula, from Tarsus in the southeast to Troy in the northwest. It's hard to imagine today how that great river mouth would have looked in antiquity. the sheer amount of sediment deposited in the centuries since, having caused the shoreline to retreat inland some 8 miles, completely drying up the massive ancient harbour which once oozed outwards to the Aegean. One reason why this location was so sought after. Before its destruction by the Persians at the beginning of the Classical Age, here stood one of the greatest Greek cities in the world. Such was the power of its geographical position that it would arise again during Roman times. This is Miletus. Even in the days of the Byzantine Empire, when much of the cityscape had sunk beneath alluvial marshland, yet more still remained above ground. The great theatre was reused as a castle. The impressive ready-made fortress of Tar Palatia, standing at the highest point of the vast mound, which makes up the remains of the ancient city. And yet, far underneath the medieval remains and odd edifices still above ground of the ancient world, an even older past still lies. For this is no natural hill. Just like at countless other sites all along this coastline, stretching far back into the Bronze Age, it is a tell made up of the refuse of thousands of years of occupation. One of the most important in this part of the world. Though largely lost over the long millennia since its construction, a great city once stood here, complete with a probable circuit wall stretching around its perimeter, larger than Mycenae itself. Just fragments of a large, potentially palatial building having survived. And Miletus is one among many. All along this influential river valley and in the regions around, sites from the Neolithic and early Bronze Age are innumerable. Let alone the late Bronze Age. Many buried underneath those of later days. The nearby classical city of Ephesus, for example, wasn't just a capital in Roman times, but very probably in the Bronze Age too. Often being linked to Apessus, the capital of the Anatolian kingdom of Arzawa, which flourished here in the Bronze Age. Its archaeology primarily having been undertaken on the summit of the old castle, perched on a hilltop way above the ancient ruins, stretches way back to 3000 BC. At Miletus, less than a day's sailing to the south, in addition to the vast tell, nearby mounds have similarly been excavated and shown to be of immense antiquity. Stretching way back to the Neolithic, though used into much later eras too for ceremonies, notably in the mysterious epoch of the Archaic. As far as the archaeology of the Tell goes, in addition to the huge sections of classical remains that have been unearthed for well over a century now, a few areas have been definitively identified as Mycenaean too. One of the most important Mycenaean areas of the site, located thus far, is around the section which would later become the classical temple of Athena. Here, a great variety of Mycenaean-style pottery shards, weapons, and even Linear B inscriptions have been found, with a visible, earlier Minoan infusion, ultimately morphing into Mycenaean as influences changed by the latter 2nd millennium BC. Also found was an abundance of local wares too, demonstrating a shifting set of local allegiances with the incoming seafarers. After all, Homer calls the inhabitants of this coastline Carians. It may be that for the most part, the majority of people here were the same as they had ever been, a small infusion of Greeks, intermixing and working with Carians, Luwians, Cretans, and maybe even some Hittites. But who ruled the city? After all, in order to enclose the low promontory in its substantial circuit wall and build the supposed palatial structure on the hill, someone or some group must surely have been pulling the strings. But was that central authority, like it would be in later ages, Greek during the Bronze Age? Besides the swords at Miletus, and the possible Megaron complex there isn't much evidence of elite Greek activity. It's the same at most sites along the coast. More than 30 locations now being known with a significant amount of Mycenaean pottery. But pottery does not equal habitation, let alone being in political control. Up until the last few decades, a relatively tiny amount of Mycenaean material was enough to ascribe influence or even settlement. Today, more evidence is needed. Evidence which, occasionally, does exist. Today, at least 3 sites in Anatolia are generally accepted as having been permanent homes to Mycenaean Greeks. One is Miletus. Another is classical Metropolis, some 40 miles south of Izmir, known to the Hittites as Puranda, where the modern site of Badam-Gedigi Tepe stands at the heart of a whole region with large amounts of Greek pottery dating to the 14th to the 12th century BC. A representation of a ship from here not only casts light on the development of maritime technology, but also the potential colonization of this area by Greeks from the mainland. Just as they would too in the centuries after the Mycenaean collapse. The evidence seeming to correspond with the relatively abundant personal names referencing seaborne activities from Linear B tablets on the mainland. Names such as Fine Sailing and Ship Famous. Perhaps the most important finds of all, however, are the Mycenaean tombs recently discovered at Bodrum. Here, not far from the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, one of the wonders of the ancient world, Mycenaean elites were laid to rest from as early as the 15th century BC. At least some of those conducting affairs in the centuries to come, then, may have been from families already in Anatolia for centuries. Others may have never been outside of the region. For by the 13th century BC, as warriors from the Greek mainland were triumphant, having overtaken Crete, Mycenaean identity became desirable. For by the 14th century BC, rather than being more advanced than Carian or Luwian identities, this shift to the Greek thing rather representing an advancement of elite interests. Elite interests that, as we shall see, we have a remarkable amount of information regarding. For like Mycenaean Greece, central Anatolia at this time was a literate society. In a completely unique situation for Bronze Age Greece, written history stemming not just from the Greek archives of Pylos and Knossos, but their neighbours to the east, the Hittite Empire, where a vast diplomatic archive was unearthed at the mighty central Anatolian capital of Hattusha in the early 20th century. If you want to learn more, here's a 3-hour documentary I made earlier on the entire history of the Hittite Empire. Because unlike Greece, the Hittite palatial archives preserve far more information on the activities of kings, princes, and warlords, giving us a good deal of information too about the city known as Milawata, generally identified as none other than Miletus, and its warlike troublemaker rulers, the Achaeans. Once classed as a fellow great power of the Hittites, though later retracted. Usually interpreted today as Mycenaean Greeks, the Achaeans from Homer's Iliad, and those buried at the tombs by Bodrum. Based on evidence from the historical records, it seems that Milawata may have been under Mycenaean rule, or at least heavy influence from as early as 1450 BC. Around the same time as the expansion of the mainlanders into Crete. By the 14th century BC, they were making themselves a nuisance to the Hittite king Mursili II by fomenting rebellion in neighbouring Arzawa. In retaliation, the Hittites marched and rolled their chariots west to seize the Arzawan stronghold Epirus. Various ethnicities taking refuge in Epirus, described as Hirsunasan, Suradan, and Atarimans, then fled to Paranda, where the prince of Arzawa, Tapalazinali, who had sought refuge on the islands during the Hittite invasion, perhaps among Mycenaean Greek allies, returned to lead the resistance. When Mursili subsequently took Paranda too, the Arzawan prince once again fled to exile with his family. Milawata is also mentioned in a series of letters about insurrections and general trouble in the west of the Hittite Empire. A certain ally of the Achaeans, named Piamaradu, had caused trouble for the Hittites, probably seizing lands and tribute against the wishes of the imperial power. With a name not too dissimilar to Priam, and others like Alexandru being almost identical to Paris, who was also known to the Greeks as Alexander, Fascinatingly, Pia Maredu is associated with Wilusa, which may well be the city of Troy, thought to be the site of Hisarlik in the Troad today. First mentioned in the Manapa Tohantu letter of around 1295 BC. Next, the Tawagalawa letter, perhaps dating to around 1250 BC, requested the handing over of fugitives to Hattusha. Other documents, such as the Milawata letter, more difficult to date, though generally placed after the other tablets, speaks of the infamous adventurer Piyamaradu, but as a figure of the past. Speaking too of later expeditions by the Hittites and their Luwian vassals against Milawata, which came under direct Hittite control. For by the time of the Trojan War, Homer specifically tells us that Miletus, under the rule of Nestor and Amphimachus, sided not with Agamemnon, but the Trojans. Writing that the city was under the control of Carians by this time. Either the Mycenaeans had gone native, or been forced out. Though the events of the 13th century BC are often shrouded in mystery, small hints do come from elsewhere. In around 1200 BC, the citadel of Pylos, counting among its female slaves women from Miletus. Though precisely how they came to labour in the fields of Pylos remains a mystery. However, like nowhere else in the Mycenaean world, by utilising the Hittite records, we can construct a basic account of Mycenaean influence in Asia Minor. Beginning with an initial influx of Mycenaean seafarers into Anatolia around the 15th century BC, resulting in the Mycenaeanization of a number of settlements, most notably Miletus, but perhaps also Apessus for a time, Bodrum, Izmir, and Metropolis among others. Participation in the various power struggles of the Luwian realms against each other and the Hittite Empire followed. Likely serving as swords and chariots for hire. Ultimately seeming to end with a retraction of their own direct political power in favour of local Luwian realms under on and off Hittite hegemony. Events that strangely parallel and perhaps reflect a real, mythic Trojan War. Finally, like most other regions around the Aegean world, Miletus, Troy, Hattusha, and near enough every other Anatolian city of note, ending up burned and abandoned by around 1200 BC. The culprits for this mass destruction, famous from the carved reliefs adorning the 12th century BC Egyptian funerary complex at Medinet Habu at Thebes, are often thought to be the so-called Sea Peoples. If you want to learn more, here's a feature-length documentary I made on the topic. But not everywhere in the Mycenaean world fell into decline. At a few places, coincidentally, warrior elites flourished. But what of the rest of the Mediterranean? How far did the Mycenaeans go during their age of expansion following the collapse of Minoan Crete under the rage of the volcano? And what happened to them after, during the collapse? For this, we must move closer to the Near East, from where power and wealth had long stemmed, and to one of the greatest enigmas in all of history, perhaps shedding some light on the mysterious tale of the Trojan War and the so-called Sea Peoples that followed. When 4 Swedish archaeologists turned up on Cyprus in September 1927, few in the field suspected the prehistory of the island would be as entirely altered as it was by the time they were finished. The 4 men had embarked on an ambitious project to investigate the entire early history of the island, still little known at the time, despite decades of study. Long suspected to have been much more a part of the cultural sphere of the Near East rather than the Aegean, the place was nonetheless a fascinating melting pot of ideas from east and west. As well as clear Mesopotamian and Levantine influences in architecture and religion, as early as the late 1800s, an entirely unique writing system had been uncovered. First appearing in the Middle Bronze Age around 1550 BC, and named Linear C, primarily because of its discovery after the Cretan Linear A and mainland Greek Linear B scripts that it seemed to resemble. Like Linear A, today it remains entirely undeciphered. The excavator of Knossos, Sir Arthur Evans, saw Linear C as an import from Minoan Crete, which continued unaltered after Linear A was superseded by the Linear B script from Mycenaean Greece. So far, well over 250 inscriptions have been found on Crete, as well as at sites further afield, like the ancient city of Ugarit on the modern-day Syrian coast to the east. Though in some areas of the island, it seems to have never been used, showing the great variety of cultures on prehistoric Cyprus. In parts of the island, it remained in use into the Iron Age, well after the Bronze Age collapse. When the Swedes arrived at the village of Enkomi, they would soon make some of the greatest discoveries of the expedition. A tiny place today, just as it was in the 1920s. Before the inlet it was placed on silted up, Enkomi had been a vast city, once one of the most important in this corner of the Mediterranean. And an integral trading partner for the surrounding great powers of Anatolia, the Levant, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. For in Latin, the name Cyprus itself means copper. Integral part of the bronze making process, and found here in abundance. Copper was mined and smelted at Enkomi, shipped all across the known world from the 16th century BC to the 12th. First dug in the late 1800s by the British Museum, following vast amounts of illegal looting before. The wealth of Enkomi was immense. Ivory board games, bronze smiting gods, and carnelian and gold beads showing off the wealth of this regional capital. Based on the luxury of the finds, French archaeologist René Desaude hypothesized the site to be none other than the capital of Alasea. Known from the Egyptian Amarna letters, Hittite archives, as well as texts found in the destroyed citadel at Ugarit, just across the coast. Then, in the summer of 1930, the Swedish Cyprus expedition found something surprising. In the midst of the sprawling necropolis on one side of the ancient city, hidden beneath Byzantine houses which had destroyed many of the tombs, 20 intact, undisturbed graves were uncovered, of an incredibly ornate and rich nature. Single tombs alone containing more than 300 objects of gold, silver, faience, ivory, and pottery. But rather than Near Eastern influences, here was found direct evidence of links to the West. Shield motifs, jewellery, and ornaments from the Mycenaean world. Ultimately, the stratigraphy of Enkomi was investigated to such an extent that a basic chronology could be devised. Level 1 representing the beginning of the Bronze Age, 2 being the elaborate expansion of the 14th and 13th centuries BC, ending in a fiery destruction in around 1220 BC. After which, Mycenaean settlers are clearly seen, enduring in level 3 until their own demise around 1125 BC. Though still Mycenaean in culture after. So then, 1220 BC is just before the first arrival of the so-called Sea Peoples in Egypt, of whom one group in particular are named as the Ekwesh, remarkably etymologically similar to the Achaeans described in the Hittite texts and the Achaeans of Homer. And Enkomi is not alone. Many other sites on Cyprus showing a similar influx of Mycenaean influence around this time. Homer himself tells us that the city of Corion was settled by Greeks from the Argolis after the collapse of the palace centres. A story later corroborated by the discovery of a late Bronze Age city, as well as abundance of Mycenaean artefacts. Many other myths and legends say the same. When taking these links into consideration, the horned smiting god found at Enkomi seems eerily like the depictions of invaders at Medinet Habu in Egypt, as well as the boar tusk helmets, ships and war gear seen in archaeology. By the time the attacks of the Sea Peoples on Egypt took place, in the reigns of Meneptah and Ramesses III, the palace centres of the mainland had mostly seen their own fiery ends. After all, the Odyssey speaks of an attack on the Egyptian delta, with Menelaus taking part after the battle at Troy. Far to the north, at the same time and just before Mycenaean culture begins to flourish on Cyprus, the Coast Guard watching wearily over Pylos suggested newfound instability. Their last recorded act being to order sacrifices, perhaps human, one man for Zeus and one woman for Hera. In Boeotia, the elaborate flood defences and channels built up over centuries were smashed. Orchomenos and Thebes both burned to the ground. At the Isthmus of Corinth, a mighty long wall was thrown up to defend against the north. The legend of the War of the Seven against Thebes, perhaps suggesting some final cataclysmic battle of the Mycenaean world. Though in truth we don't know whether civil war or outside invasion were the main culprits. Most early societies were inherently unstable, built on flimsy edifices of kingly power. When the elite failed the people, and it didn't take much, it all came crumbling down. And when many collapsed at the same time, ripples were created, instability spreading from one to another. In such an interconnected system, collapse was contagious. In mainland Greece, only one palace centre seems to have survived for a time. Tiryns seeming to survive on until around 1100 BC. Surrounded by decimated former trading partners. And what happens to a warrior elite when the society it is tied to collapses? A fighting aristocracy, sons and brothers of kings, surely would go off and try to carve out new kingdoms of their own. There are hints of this happening on the Cycladic Islands and Rhodes. Then Cyprus, perhaps even by this point led by warrior lords born in the collapse, alongside warriors of many nations, from the similarly destroyed lands of Anatolia, as well as further to the west in Sardinia and beyond. They marched and rode to Egypt and the Levant itself. Possibly even to Palestine, where the Philistines of the Bible have long been associated. Was Cyprus conquered then by ousted Greek kings turned corsairs, from Tiryns or elsewhere? A mighty coalition of ousted elites and opportunistic raiders alike. At first buccaneers rather than pure marauders perhaps, using diplomacy at times and pure conquest at others. Others being pure pirates. On Cyprus, at least some sort of order did survive. Some Mycenaeans may have successfully started again for a time. Like Naxos and other areas, even going on to flourish for a time, But then, by 1100 BC, just like at Tiryns, another fiery collapse was ushered in. The Bronze Age had truly come to an end. History receding into myth. In the late 19th century, Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik first shed light on the real world hidden behind Greek mythology. In the century and a half since, a whole slew of similarly incredible discoveries have been made. Not far from Troy today, the islands of Lemnos and Lesbos in particular, having recently demonstrated evidence of Mycenaean activity in the late 13th century BC. The site of Koukonisi on Limnos in particular, perhaps having served as a Mycenaean regional centre. Uncomfortably close to Troy had they not been linked at all, and uncomfortably close in time to be a coincidence. Perhaps revealing a real political economic reality behind the myth. Perhaps regarding the lucrative trade routes through the Dardanelles and on into the Black Sea. Tellingly, the great independent Aegean cities of Polyokne, Thermae and others, like elsewhere in the sea, ultimately giving way to domination, or at least cultural takeover, from the Greek mainland. Heading from Koukonisi back to the mainland, the Cycladic Islands must first be traversed. A region with a reputation for piracy in ancient times. And of course, the largest island of Skyros shows Mycenaean activity too. At the old Cora citadel and other sites around the island. Beyond Skyros, where great mountains rise to the west, the second largest island in all of Greece emerges from the haze. A powerhouse in classical times, just as it was in the Bronze Age. One of the richest archaeological regions in all of Greece. This is Evia. Due to its close proximity at the Straits of Halkis, connected now by a bridge, but easily accessible by the sea in ancient times, it may as well have always been part of the mainland. Its fortunes always inextricably linked. In the classical age, the major powerhouse on Evia was Eretria, one of the foremost states in the world until its destruction by the Persian invasion in 490 BC. And above the classical site, of course, is a Bronze Age acropolis. Bastion for warriors who may well have set forth from here to conquer the sea. And at the end of the Bronze Age, this place too would crumble, just as near enough everywhere else in the Greek world. The once almighty elite power centres falling into obscurity. But Evia is different. Here, arguably like nowhere else, that palatial world didn't completely implode, but was reforged into something new. Something primal and powerful. Artwork and architecture of a vitality little seen in that so-called Dark Age. For another site existed on Evia too, often eclipsed by its neighbour, in ancient times as it still is today. Not far from modern Halkis, existing mostly now as a large tell on the shore. This is the ancient city of Lefkandi. With few above-ground remains to view today, most visitors don't even realise it's here. And yet, occupied as it was continuously from the early Bronze Age all the way through to the Classical era, by the 11th century BC, not only was Lefkandi on top, it created arguably the most remarkable contemporary structure in all of Greece. When a large mound just inland of the Lefkandi tell was investigated in 1980, its contents sent shockwaves through Aegean archaeology. Not only had a man and a woman been buried here by around 1000 BC, but their accompanying grave goods and the structure they were buried within, surviving in remarkable preservation for over 3,000 years, showed a level of wealth and sophistication previously unheard of at this time. Thought to be a rare demonstration of elite power in the so-called Dark Age, the graves hinted at an elaborate funeral for these clearly important individuals. Like the tombs at Dendra of the centuries before, 4 horses accompanied the couple into the afterlife, as well as a whole heap of grave goods carefully laid out around them. As was the tradition of the time, the man's body had been cremated, his remains wrapped in linen and interred in bronze amphorae from Cyprus. Beside him, of course, all manner of items of a military nature, including horse gear, a sword, and other exquisite grave goods. The woman, initially assumed to have been a concubine, sacrificed alongside the horses to accompany her master to the next world, is today thought just as likely to be a royal queen. She too was interred with wildly luxurious items from as far away as Babylonia. Though the grave goods could feasibly have been treasured heirlooms or loot from a lifetime of plunder within Greece, it is also possible that, like the palatial elites of the previous centuries, the so-called chiefs of Lefkandi had direct access to trade items from a remarkable geographical distance away. Though what sort of a society this was, and to what extent this accrued wealth could be in any way passed on to the next generation at this time, remains largely a mystery. The building on top of the couple, however, was what caused the most controversy. A vast structure, as much as 50 metres long and 14 metres wide, being unearthed. Aside from the great size of the building, one of its features, a so-called wooden veranda, was of note, apparently foreshadowing the peristasis of temple architecture that began to appear everywhere in Greece some 2 centuries later in the Archaic. The Heroon at Lefkandi then, as it came to be known, has been interpreted by some archaeologists as a very early form of a temple, seeming to show definitive links, continuity even, to the classical world to come. A time when the undisputed power of kings was gone. Instead, the polis and its many forms of governance rising to the fore. And there are other sites too that flourished as the rest of the world went dark. As we have seen, at Naxos in the 11th century BC, the old Mycenaean settlement flourished for a time, before natural disaster forced its inhabitants inland to higher ground. Like Lefkandi on Evia, here there is direct evidence of continuity from the Bronze Age all the way through to the Archaic and Classical eras to come. Reverence being given to the Mycenaean remains of the ancestors. At Egeria, on the northern shore of the Peloponnese, where the existence of the palaces had negatively affected growth, walls were finally built, and a post-palatial centre established at the very end of the Mycenaean age. Chamber tombs in the area dating to this age housed ordinary families, individuals who had not inherited status like those of Mycenae or Thebes, but seem to have achieved it in their own lifetimes, likely through military qualities and personal charisma. Finally free to go its own way then. In the 12th century BC, Egeria joined Tiryns and Midea as powerhouses of the post-palatial age, adapting well to the new era and the void left by the demise of the major palace centres. It is even possible that as Egeria, Naxos, Lefkandi and other locations arose, their power was in no small part based on throwing down the old overlords. Scholars like Emilio Arana think these new military rulers replaced the previous Basiliuses of the late Helladic 1 and 2 periods who'd shared the culture of Mycenae, though were never able to have as much power as the Wanaxes of Mycenae, Thebes or Pylos. The reality of the situation being that the experiment of palatial rule was far from normal. Such state organisations based on central agency, tax collecting and utilisation of a surplus of goods was fragile at the best of times. International links were necessary, clients in nearby states reliant on it, and everyone had to buy into the system. Once it all began to unravel, it seems to have fallen apart, very quickly. Forging in its place a new order, based on pure military strength, rather than hereditary power or access to international trade. Though the newcomers soon gained access to trade nonetheless, particularly in the late Helladic 3C period Egeria, becoming a stop-off point in a large network involving the Adriatic, southern Italy, and reaching all the way to Cyprus. Links that would continue for centuries to come. As seen in the high-status international goods of the couple buried at Lefkandi. So then, having thrown down their kings, life for the majority of people may not have changed all that much. The societies that would form at places like Lefkandi, ultimately growing into the new age to come. If you've made it this far, then I can only thank you for making it the whole way. As you can imagine, this was an absolute monster to put together, and it took me years of work. Thanks again to Wanax TV for helping me out with the research on this one. Sign up to my Substack newsletter for archaeological adventures at the world's greatest historical sites. And I'll see you on the next one.